Good morning to all my dear students. I'm again back. This is your moderator, Momita Dedas, Assistant Professor, Department of Journalism. Welcome you all on the second day of Forceps by School of Media and Communication. Today, I'll set off the session by quoting Irving Allen Ginsberg, the American poet and the writer. He said, "Whoever controls the media, the images, controls the culture." So we can say in modern society, mass media often drive our perceptions. The cultural products and their popularity can influence which media channels people prefer. Conversely, changes in media and ICTs, that is, information, communication, and technology, can lead to changes in how we produce culture. So today, we look forward to sessions on expanding your knowledge on these aspects to explore newer challenges and opportunities that our school and university provide. First, we call upon Mr. Shubhrajit Dotto, the head of the Department Communication Management. He will talk on augmented learning opportunities. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Momita Madam. And good morning to all of you. This session, as I would envisage, it would be kind of a very practical driven session. Okay. I understand Monica Claire she has already given you kind of a detailed understanding of how LinkedIn learning actually operates and how does it happen. So I will again share her presentation without explaining much, just as a starting point. And then we shall go on exploring and explaining how you can use the feature. I think that's important that you know that how this features, how does it look, and what are the different things, what are the different courses, what are the different kind of a knowledge that you can gain from it. I would like to keep my session short, but as we progress, I would like to explain it more and more, focusing on Coursera and LinkedIn, but I would also like you to get into some other kind of what's coming in future. What are the different kind of augmented learning opportunities that you will get in future? Details of it, I would keep it reserved for my another session, which is coming towards the end of the day, not the last one, but towards the end. So let's start. So first thing first, again, I would like to go in a storytelling mode. Think about it. When I was your age, I was getting into college. The only thing that we had is to go to the professors and ask that, sir, I would like to know more about it. And the professors will tell us what are the books available, which library, and then where we should look for and all. As we all know, times have changed. And now for information, we don't need to go to anyone. Okay. But then what are the kind of relevance of professors here? That is, our job is to facilitate, as I understand, our job is to facilitate and to connect that how this knowledge that you will gain will enhance your life, will help you progress in your path. Think about it. You would like to start a bakery, and I am teaching here integrated marketing communication. You come to me and say, sir, I would like to start a bakery. So my job is to tell you, or my insights will help you to customize those inputs that we need in integrated marketing communication, that we use in integrated marketing communication to help your business to sustain and to grow. So that's what is those connections. I always tell my students now when we meet in the class, we shall also discuss. It's good to know about all the theories and all. Please understand, some of us get bored by when we say about theories. Okay? So theories are actually not a boring thing. What has happened? Someone has tasted it. So think about it. Okay. So how to make Coca-Cola? Just give it an example. Okay, so that's kind of a mystery, and there is a lot of things around it. Mystery surrounding it, that what are the portions, what are the elements, what are the ingredients go to Coca-Cola. So I will not get into it. I'm just giving you an example. Think about it, and then you create a theory around it. So theory itself is not kind of any kind of a boring, or it's not less interesting. What happens is, why theories are needed? Think about it. If the other person comes and would like to build something on it, he or she gets a base. And then on that base, you create more and more. Basically, it's kind of a creating building blocks. So coming back to our topic. So here, when we now look at LinkedIn, or look at Coursera, or look at any other augmented learning opportunities, what we are looking at is readily available information. Think about LinkedIn, the courses which are all coming to you at this point of time free, offered by the university. So whenever we get something free, we sometimes think that, okay, it's coming to us free. Okay, but please understand, the university has invested actually a lot of resources. So get this for you. You will see for yourself whenever you go to LinkedIn and look for courses, those courses are mostly done by the top industry professionals. I repeat, top industry professionals. So here at Adamas and at SOMC, our objective is very clear. Particularly if you ask about me, my objective is very clear. Being from corporate, I introduced myself to you yesterday. So my objective is that you know the subject, and then you would be able to use it in whatever you do. Think about branding. Like we have the brands like L'Oreal and Lakme and Bonds and Ferrari and all of these. All of us are individual brands. And everything that caters to branding, so-called an FMCG brand or an automobile brand or an aviation brand, applies to us as well. How do we leverage that is something that we focus here. There's objective in mind so that you gain more and more practical insights. We subscribe to LinkedIn, and there are a number of courses there. So I would first quickly go through the slide which Monica Claire has already shared with you. But just to avoid, as a starting point, as I said, but I would avoid repetition. I will not get into detailed explanation and all, but I would quickly show you that how to look for your courses and what are the different kind of learning opportunities that is available to you. Okay, and then we would end this session by showing that what's coming ahead. Think about it, the Zoom platform or the Teams platform, these were existing earlier. These platforms are not new, but mass adoption of it is new. So what has happened is during COVID, we had no other way but to adopt this platform. And now we have understood that these platforms are actually quite beneficial. Think about it, every point of time, unless there is you can see even the biggest international treaties, defense agreements, business agreements, everything is happening online. Okay, and this kind of a mass adoption, whether it is universities, whether it is corporations, whether it is institutions, online has opened a completely different door for us, a new door for us. And there comes your LinkedIn learning and Coursera learning and all. Okay, there are other platforms as well. So let me quickly start on what Monica has already shared with you in her presentation on LinkedIn learning. So I will now put it on the share button. Okay. So LinkedIn learning, as we said, why LinkedIn learning? Be future ready, job ready. So I was just mentioning that most of the courses in LinkedIn have been designed by top industry professionals. And when you will do the LinkedIn courses, you will know that it has been done, it has been designed, it has been executed from an angle which actually helps people to do their day-to-day job. I give an example. I was looking at a course of how to write a press release. Think about it. I have written it. I have done it. I'm in industry for the last 17 years. But it gave me for a very, very different kind of a perspective, insights. that what are the different elements that one should look at while you do a press release. So instead of looking at, so there are different options. One option is, of course, looking at the book and all, that's indispensable. But here in a half an hour course, in a 37 minutes, 38 minutes, sometimes 22 minutes course, everything is given in a condensed manner to you to understand that what is it, to take a note and then to execute. So a lot of, just to continue from my yesterday's discussion, we were talking about fear of missing out or FOMO. So attention span, due to a lot of content following us all the time, our attention span is now, I would rather not say that it has reduced, but I would say our attention span has divided. We want to consume various content on different platforms rather than looking at one thing for a very long time. Okay, yes, there are there are platforms still exist. There is a book which we can read for continuously 2 days, 3 days, or a week. But as our daily life, as per our daily life and its needs and the demands that it has our time, our attention span is now divided into many things. Again, you can actually connect those with online learning. That means what? You go there, you understand what's press release, in half an hour, you come out of it. You go there, you talk about they're talking about interpersonal communication, intrapersonal communication, motivation, you get it and you come here. Question is, does that mean it's superficial? No. My personal take is it has got two different elements. First element is, when I'm looking at it, I may be getting interested in one concept or one theory or one particular type of storytelling. Then I will delve deep into it. That what are the other things? It's kind of a nodal mechanism. So from one node, I will go to another node. From that node, I will go to another node. So all the information is there. Depends on your interest, you delve deep into it on what you're looking at. So a very kind of a lot of information packaged in a very nice manner with excellent presentation skills. Please understand, I would like to highlight here that why you must attend these courses, to see that what are how they are presenting it. The body language, the diction, the way it has been presented, those are absolutely world class. Think about it, both LinkedIn, Coursera, all these platforms mostly, they have very, very stringent criteria before someone becomes a presenter. And once that, if you go to Coursera, I have seen a lot of university courses are there. In LinkedIn, you will see a lot of professional courses are there. And of course, there are mix and match in both the cases. So let's progress. Courses ranging from soft skill to photography to data analytics, all kind of courses are there. Okay. So now we talk about the other ones, that is learn, technology, business, creative skills and all. So think about it. I will not, these are all the different kind of courses that's available there. And there are some are related to business, some are related to technology, some are related to creative. But again, I think it's better to show you rather than only showing you the slides. So I will straight away jump into LinkedIn Learning here. And I will take out some courses, any course that, say, for example, relevant to your degree here. Okay, so think about public relations. So I go into public relations, just a second. Let me reshare my screen here. Okay. Okay, so here I will. So see, now if I have used a simple keyword like public relations, there are so many different kind of courses on it. So the point is then how this classroom teaching that we are doing here and this LinkedIn courses that's there, they actually match up. Think about it. You see this course and you have 10 different questions. Whom do you refer to? So you come back to us, you come back to your teacher and say, I have seen this on the LinkedIn video. Can you please explain it to us? So that's how, and then we can, again, think about it. Then this is your career journey, all of us. Some of you are doing a master's here, some of you are undergraduate students. My request to all of you is, think about it, how you envisage yourself, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years' time? Those days are gone. Those days are gone and that is applicable to all of you, including me. Okay. The jobs have been well defined. You go there, you do the job, the time has been given that you come at 10, you go at 5. Those kind of jobs are becoming scarce and scarce. What is happening right now is you go to the organization and say, okay, so you are into all these things, how you can value add. Tell them how you can value add, and then you become a part of the team, and then deliver that. Think about it, value delivery. Before you deliver value, there is a lot of things which actually precedes that process. That means I have to understand. Okay, I give you an example of what it used to be and how this augmented learning processes has made it. Think about it. All this system now needs a very conscious, very interested learner. The spoon feeding and all is again out. Okay, so if you are interested, if you are conscious about learning, what you will do, you need to assimilate the knowledge. So earlier it used to be, okay, you know the concept, you go there, you write the concept, you're done. We have actually came maybe thousands or millions of miles away from it. Now you read, you assimilate, you understand, you go to your teacher for fine tuning, the teacher fine tunes it, you come back to it, you give it a second shot of understanding. Now it's clear. Now you create something. I give an example. Think about you are looking at a course of branding. Okay, so let's see what's come out here. So create a brand strategy. Okay, or think about learning personal branding. Okay, so if I click here on learning personal branding, there are so many things here.
Influencer marketing,
so first
and Google Ads. They're all great tactics to help spread the word about your business and
come back to the
leads.
teacher for any question
challenge
that
you
have.
And say that there's a
and
tool.
then what happens is, of course, getting the certificate is not the be all and the end all. So what the be all and the end all is to gain the knowledge. Certificate is a byproduct. Okay, so you go through this course, you come back to your teacher, and that doesn't end here. You create your personal brand. Think about it, any brand. Think about any of the passion that you pursue. Think you're a cook. Okay, thinking you love cooking, you love gardening. Okay, so you love fishing, whichever. Now think about it. Whichever is your passion, why not make a personal brand out of it? And you decide, that's what I'm saying. Getting that end goal, knowing that end goal, at least to some extent, is very important. Because right now, think about it, in every profession that you choose, there are another thousands of contenders, another thousands of competitors who would like to take the same space, media space and all. And our mind space is very, very cluttered. So in this clutter, if you would like to make your own space, why not starting from day one? Think about it. You don't have to wait for when the syllabus, in this syllabus, brand management will be discussed. When in the syllabus, reputation management will be discussed. When in the syllabus, media law will be discussed. No, you go here, you find out, you ask us questions. I think all our faculty members would be more than happy, more than happy to help you out in your journey. But as I said, this entire thing this entire learning process has changed a lot. It is from a very kind of a traditional where you will know when you are told. You will know when I open the door for you. That doesn't work anymore. You open your door and I will be happy to work with you. So that's why you can see any of these courses that you want to think of journalism, think of mobile journalism, any course that is there with detailed explanation from the best of the from the best in the industry across the globe, it's here. Think about it. When we read a book, why do we read a book? We read a book. I'm not talking about textbooks. Okay, so then you can answer me that I read a book to pass the exam. No, I'm not talking about textbooks. When we read a book by our own volition, by something that we want to know, what do we want to do? Is we are talking to the writer. It's a kind of an intense discussion with the writer. So the writer is not there. Think about anyone. Think about whether it's Paulo Coelho or whether it's anyone. You are basically talking to the writer, and the writer is responding to your question. Not real time, but then through his ideas, he's responding to your question. Exactly that is happening here. In a more immersive format, in a lesser time-consuming format, it is giving you everything on the platter for you to choose that what you're interested in. Any subject, as I said, any subject of your interest, you can say, for example, my specialization, I'm typing here corporate, I'm sorry, communications. So everything is here, and there are n number of courses. Okay. So these are some of the insights on LinkedIn Learning. I will now take you to Coursera. Coursera is another platform. Again, the way it has been done is the same. Okay, so I will go think about again press release. So let's see what is. So we can see so many courses on how to develop, how to write press release. Coursera, again, all the courses are not free, but there are some courses which offers you to audit the course. So through auditing the course, you can see the course, but you will not get a certificate as per the rules that exist now and as far as I know. And then you can see these courses, as I said, that these are different platforms to give you an opportunity to learning independently with guidance. These are the people who are guiding you in understanding this. And then please come back. Please come back to us so that and ask that I have gone through this, but I'm not really. I think that if you can explain a little bit more, that would be helpful. And of course, I'll be more than happy. I, along with all my faculty members, as I said, will be more than happy to explain you. Now, after these two, we have already explained. I would like to show you a small video on the future of classroom. Okay, so how the future of classroom will be depending on the augmented reality and stuff that will come in, but I will get into detail in my next session. But here, I would just like to give you a glimpse on the future of classrooms, how it would look like. So I share my screen here.
Chandrayaan-2 is India's second lunar exploration mission. The mission is planned to use GSLV Mk3 to launch an orbiter, lander, and a rover to the orbit and the southern pole of the
So
moon
guys, think about
respectively,
it, all
taking
of
a
them
fuel-efficient
wearing
path
masks,
utilizing the moon's
and through which
gravitational
you
pull.
can see,
So
so
let us
this person
explore
who is
more
sitting here
about
is
the
a digital
journey
avatar.
and the
See?
objectives of Chandrayaan-2.
So think about it, I am not coming to the class, but my digital avatar can go and teach. Okay, so think about, see, everyone is wearing their mask. So see how is it happening. You can actually see things happening in front of your eyes. And the applications are numerous, whether it's in medical, whether it's in education, the applications are numerous. See, it's actually kind of a code, but a lot of things will be, you can see from there. Think about it, a lunar rover or a rover is right now roaming around in Moon or in Mars. When I'm saying this, there is an encoding decoding machine. You really need to decode of what I'm trying to encode here. Communication is an encoding decoding process. Here, that becomes much easier, that becomes much convenient when you just look at it and you'll be able to decipher, you'll be able to think like this person is looking at a piece, like at a subsection, and will be able to understand that how is it functioning. See for yourself. Again, it's a YouTube video, so this I don't own the copyright. Just it's shared here for your understanding of how to function. Look at it, the entire machinery part is in front of you. Earlier days, you need to really draw this piece by piece, drawing by drawing. But right now, everything is there in front of your eyes. As I said, more we should explore next session. I'll be happy to share with you how this AR VR technologies are completely changing the landscape of knowledge, the landscape of learning that we are in. Let's also catch up in the next session. Thank you so much. And again, I wish you a very good, productive day full of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a comprehensive outline for newer learning prospects. I'm sure you all will surely grab these opportunities, which will enhance your expertise on domain-specific areas. Now we call upon Assistant Professor Hitesh Tripathi to give an insight on research universe. Over to you, sir. Hitesh Tripathi.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Dear students, so today I'll be giving you a brief introduction on the kind of research we will be teaching at School of Media and Communication. So, as far as my profile goes, I'm Hitesh Tripathi. I have done my PhD from Adamas University, and I did my master's in media research, and I have over 20 publications, which includes book chapters and research papers. PPT.
Students, please bear with us. We need some time. Just a few minutes.
Sorry. Share the video. Start it. Start it. Sorry for the delay. So dear students, so I'll be giving you, understanding on the research opportunities at SOMC. So I had already told you about myself. I've given you my brief profile. Now I'll begin with the big question. What is research? Does anyone have any idea? Yes, any student has idea what is research? Anyone would like to try? Yes? No one? All right, since no one is saying it, research, if I go by the definition, is a systematized effort to gain new knowledge. All right, but to explain it in simple terms, if you break the word, it will be research. So basically what you're doing is you're trying to search for something. Now, what is that something? Either you could be searching for something new, or you could be searching for a solution to an existing issue. That is research. So either you try to come up with new knowledge, you try to get the new knowledge, or you try to solve an existing issue. That is the main purpose of conducting research. All right. Now, in context of media specifically, we have media research, because I won't be focusing on scientific research which is done in laboratories. All right. I'll be talking about media research. So when I say research, it means I'm talking about research in terms of media. So what is that? It is the study of social, psychological, and physical aspects. And apart from that, it also tries to study the effect of different mass media platforms. So what are they? It could be television, it could be radio, it could be your newspaper, it could be magazine, it could be your internet, it could be your smartphone. All right. So we try to delve into that. Now, there are several purposes for conducting research. I had mentioned you earlier, one was to gain insights into new phenomenon, or to gain a familiarity with a new phenomenon. So that becomes the first objective, to gain familiarity with a phenomenon or to achieve new insights into it. All right. So let's say, this COVID came in 2019, and, in India, it came in 2020. So lockdown was imposed. So what was the impact of COVID in terms of communication? What were the various organizations trying to convey? What was the government saying? How were the people reacting to the media messages that were coming across? There was a need to understand that. And how do we do that? Through research. Now, another objective of research is to portray accurately the characteristics of particular individual, situation, or a group. So let's say, you want to know if there is a particular program that an audience is watching, you want to know their characteristics. Okay. Let's say it is a movie which is a love story. Okay. So you might be interested in knowing who is your audience. Maybe it might be only youth who are interested in watching a love story film. Okay. Either it could be someone who is middle-aged, or it could be some teenager. All right. So once you gather data on this, that is, what is their age, what is their background, from where do they come from, and what are their likes and dislikes. If you try to map all those things, that way you would be able to understand your audience as well. And when you understand your audience, you would be able to assess their needs, and then accordingly you're going to prepare your content. So in this situation, research comes for help. Another objective of research is to determine the frequency with which something occurs, or with which it is associated with something else. Now, let me tell you, whenever, let's say some policy is implemented, or, some scheme is implemented by the government, all right? So there is a need to know how many people are actually able to take benefit from that particular policy. How many people are able to understand the various technicalities of that scheme? How many people are actually getting something out of it? It's improving their livelihood. How do we come to know this? Obviously, we conduct research. We go to that particular place, we ask them a series of questions through which we would get confirmatory data on the reception of that particular scheme. Another objective of conducting research is to test a hypothesis of a causal relationship between variables. Now, this is pretty technical sentence. So to begin with, what is hypothesis? A simpler term for this would be a hunch or an assumption. All right. So if I say hypothesis, it means that before beginning research, I have a hunch, I have an assumption. For instance, I'll take a simple example, not related to research. See, if India is playing a cricket match with some team, you might be having an assumption that, all right, India is going to win against this team. How do you come to this conclusion? Because Virat Kohli is a captain, we have good bowlers, and we have good batsmen as well. So you might be able to anticipate, yes, India is going to win this match. So if it is a match with Bangladesh, you would be sure, all right, it's going to win the match. So you had a hypothesis with you. You had an assumption, all right? If the match is with Australia, then you are in doubt, isn't it? So that is the assumption part. So whenever we start a research, we need a certain assumption, and then we go about testing it. Now moving on. Yes. There are several focus areas, key areas, as far as research in media is concerned. All right. So I'll be explaining them to you one by one. Okay. Now, first one is political communication. Now, what do you understand by political communication? It's not necessarily someone is political and he or she is communicating. No, political communication is that entire discipline wherein how political parties are interacting with the voters, how a particular political leader is influencing the behavior of mass at large. What are they promising? Are they fulfilling their promise? How are they, influencing the people? All right. So that consists of your political communication. So research needs to be done to understand what are the demands of the public. What should we say to them in order to convince them to vote for that particular party? So it is both way, from the audience perspective and from the political parties or political leaders as well. So political leaders, they hire a particular research agency or a particular PR agency to do this research for them. Then research agencies are also there who assess the voting behavior, and that is how they come up with this opinion poll exit poll, isn't it? You might have heard about it. Whenever an election comes, you also see the results. They anticipate, this party is going to win with majority, or this particular party is going to lose, something like that. So that is political communication. Another one is development communication. Now, media is a very, very important, has a very important role to play in terms of development of the country, in terms of growth of the country. So there are several experiments. There have been several, initiatives that have been taken in this regard. For example, site experiment, Kheda experiment, Jhabua experiment. So these are the several places where certain experiments have been done regarding use of media technology to create awareness among the public regarding some aspects. So for instance, it could be on health, it could be on, by the way, health communication is also another aspect on which research could be done. All right. So it could be, creating awareness on health. It could be on, sanitation, hygiene. It could be regarding education. It could be regarding, how should you rear cattle? All right. How to increase your productivity from agriculture. So all these things come under your development communication. So research is needed for that as well. So you might be thinking, na, ki, research is very limited because you at this stage, you might be having very less idea. But if you start exploring, you can, as you can see from the pointers itself, there are lots of dimensions and they are really very much in demand in present times. Now, moving on to more traditional forms of research areas, one is print media. Okay, so print media basically consists of your newspaper, it consists of magazines. Now, what sort of research are we looking into? First of all, there is a research needed to understand what is the circulation. Circulation is how much newspapers are being sold by that particular media organization, isn't it? Then readership, how many people are actually reading it? So for instance, a newspaper comes to your home, it's not just one person who is reading the newspaper. So you can't say a newspaper, one readership. No, it doesn't go that way. So that newspaper is passed on from one person to another. So readership could be way more than that. So you need to do research on that as well. Okay, how many people are reading in a particular home on an average? How many people are reading what type of stories? Okay, this way they would be able to create content which is liked by the public, and ultimately the things which would be liked by the public would stay relevant. Otherwise those content won't exist for long. Then research is also required in preparing news story. So as a journalist, you might be thinking, why would I be needing research in future, isn't it? So if you're supposed to prepare a story, you have to do research, isn't it? Until and unless you do not do it, you won't be able to prepare a very good story, a story that brings a change, that gets noticed, that becomes popular. All right. Now, another dimension or another area of research in media is electronic media. So we are moving from print to electronic media. So what does electronic media consist of? Yes. Can anyone say electronic media? Because I've already mentioned print media. Yes. Would anybody like to try? Or is it getting boring? All right, I'll be the one who will be explaining this. See, electronic media consists of television and radio majorly. So if we talk about what sort of research goes into electronic media, there is a need to understand what sort of viewership exists for a particular program or a genre. All right, we need to understand. So for instance, why do we have soap operas? I mean, I'm not watching them, but there are certain sections from the society who are watching them religiously, and that is why these melodramatic soap operas are created, even though you hate them, isn't it? So viewership. All right, then also research needs to be done in the content making process itself. All right, so research is done on the people, what kind of content they are watching, but then also the content which is being prepared. It could be a serial, it could be a reality show. Lots of research goes into that as well. All right, now moving from electronic media, we come to cinema. All right, if I talk about film industry, Bollywood industry, or other industries, film industry that are there in India, lots of scope is there for research. For instance, you need to have a perfect location to shoot, isn't it? You need to select a particular character, you need to select a particular actor who is going to fit into that role. And this is where you need research. You also need research to prepare the script, isn't it? If you do not prepare the script without research, let me give you a few examples for that. For instance, Bhag Milkha Bhag. I'm sure you all must have watched that film. Now in Bhag Milkha Bhag, they didn't ensure the historical accuracy. So there is this song, Nanna Munna Rahim. Now, the film is in 1950s and the film in which this song was released in 1962. Now this is a blunder, isn't it? Now, another example is Lagan movie. So in Lagan movie, you have seen an over having 6 balls, but this is present time. In 1890s till 1889, it was just 4 balls. Then till 1900, it was 5 balls. And then after that, it became 6 balls. So you see, historical inaccuracy can be, blunder in terms of filmmaking. All right. Although you didn't notice it, but then again, you need lots of research to ensure whatever you are showing on the cinema is accurate. Otherwise, people are going to notice it and then they are going to point it out. All right. Apart from that, research is also done on kind of portrayal that is there. So for instance, a lot of people talk about, stereotypical portrayal. All right. Women are shown in a particular role and people object to it. So we need to study it. We need to deconstruct it. We need to break it down so that we can understand it. Because obviously cinema is what? A mirror of the society. All right. And how do we do that? By using content analysis. Although content analysis is a very complicated research methodology, but then again, in simple terms, there is a content, you try to analyze it. As simple as that. Now, after print, electronic, cinema, we are moving on to new media. So new media basically consists of your internet, smartphone, all right, and social media as well. So if I talk about new media, what sort of research are we looking into? There are lots of cybercrime happening around the world. On the internet, we need to understand what is the motive of the person who is committing the crime. What sort of crime are we looking into? What is its impact? How do we map it? By research. Then there is this digital culture where people are taking onto several identities. So, you have a real version of yourself, and then you have a virtual version of yourself, which is way different, isn't it? So does this have any kind of repercussions? This things needs to be studied. Another part of social media, which is very important and a major part of new media, is social media. All of you are on social media. So if you go to Twitter, there are lots of hashtags. So hashtag boycott Bollywood, the recent one. How are these hashtags influencing the opinion of the public? What sort of implications do these hashtags have in real life? Are they a form of activism? These things need to be understood. And how do we do that? Research. As far as radio is concerned, obviously it comes in electronic media only, but I would be talking about it specifically. Why? Because whenever you go for radio, so first of all, it has one drawback. There are no visuals. All right. So if there are no visuals, how do you ensure people get hooked to your content? And that is why you need to have a way more better research. You need to be way more prepared to do research, because you need to ensure that people listen to your program. It shouldn't be that it's just passive listening. They have to be active listener, and hence scripting should be in that way that it ensures people get hooked to your programs. All right. Now, apart from that, all these media, electronic, print, and the new media, there are traditional and folk media. So, it could be Nautanki, it could be, Jatra. What are these? These are forms of media that existed earlier as well. So we need to see what are the signs and symbols, what are the culture, what are the traditions they are representing. Is there a particular story behind it? We need to see all those things. How do we do that? Research. Then there is another major domain of research, which is media effects. So I'll be giving you one example of Bobo doll experiment in the coming slides. So media effects is, children watch particular media program, and then they get influenced by it. You are watching a particular advertisement, and then you want to buy that product. Okay. It is said that if children watch violent programs, they start behaving aggressively. So what are these? These are media effects. Media is, charged with this particular thing that they say ki, media is responsible for making people narcissist. So is it true? We need to prove all these things, whether they are right or wrong. We need to do research to prove whether it's right or wrong. Then research is also done on advertising. Okay, I've already covered this part, so I'm not going to cover it again. So various advertisement that you see, you need to ensure ki, the advertisement that you have prepared, they are, liked by the public, because people are going to watch it only for a brief. If they are not interested in your product, they are going to skip to another channel, isn't it? So how do you ensure people actually watch your advertisement and actually start liking your product after watching it? So what are the several elements that are required in preparation of that ad. In public relation as well, research is required because organizations obviously they need to ensure profitability, and they also need to ensure that people are liking their organization. So how do they ensure it? Public relations. All right. Apart from all the various dimensions that I've mentioned, the last area of research that is very important is the academics. So for instance, I'm from academics, I'm also doing certain research. Okay. Now, what sort of research are we looking into? It could be a research paper, it could be a book publication, it could be coming up with certain theories, models, or concepts which are used by the media industry. All right. So if you are staying in academics, you can be contributing in this manner. Moving on. Applications of research. So there are several applications of research. First of all is audience analysis. I had told you earlier how readership matters, how viewership matters, how listenership matters. Okay, so we need to know what is the demography we are aiming for, and then accordingly we are going to prepare our content, and hence research is required to do the analysis of the audience. And there is a separate term which is used for this, which is known as audience research. Then popularity measurement. So for instance, you might have heard about TRP, television rating points. Not just this, there are several other parameters for measurement of popularity. How do we come up with this? How do we know that TRP is actually a good measure for finding out the popularity of a particular program? We need to do research to confirm all these things. Also, research can be utilized in finding out the marketing trends. All right. So, lots of research is done into all these things. Now we have a big billion sale. Companies know people during the festive season would be interested in buying something new. This is also the time where, there would be lots of sales. So what do they do? In order to attract them, in order to lure them, they are going to offer them discounts, so that instead of going to Flipkart, they are going to switch to Amazon. And this keeps going on. So research is required into these things as well. Then another application is understanding these social media happenings know-how. All right. Now, if I talk about social media, lots of things are going over there. People are posting something, and on Twitter we see lots of hashtags. What sort of impact do these hashtags have in real life? Are they actually able to bring a change? We need to do research to confirm these things. Another application of research is the agenda setting or propaganda studies. So, if you deem a particular issue to be important, it is because the media organizations are telling you to think in that manner. All right. There would be big organizations who would try to run a particular propaganda. How do you differentiate between them? How do you find out whether it is the truth or it is a propaganda? Research needs to be done on these areas as well, right? Another application of research is understanding media effects. I have already covered, so I'm going to skip to the next point, which is the political campaigning, because readership I've already done, and content analysis also I have explained to you briefly. Political campaigning. A political leader, might be wanting to prepare a particular campaign in a certain manner which appeals to the audience he is looking for. He might be making certain promises. So what sort of promises he might be making, or how should he design his campaign that people like him? What sort of media platforms is he going to utilize to promote his campaign? So these are the applications of research. Now, I was talking to you about content analysis. So this is a magazine cover in front of me, which is of Men's Health, a magazine. Now, as you can see, there is Zac Efron. Now he is an actor. And, content analysis involves analyzing the various elements that are present in the media content. So for instance, in front of us, we have the text, we have an image of an actor, then we have certain headlines. All right. Also on text, we see use of certain color. So for instance, it's written over here, colors used are red, black, green, and blue. These are very manly colors and are associated with men. So if you are making a men's magazine, you need to ensure that you are using these colors. All right. So it's purely psychological. How do we come to these conclusions? Then there are mention of 437 cool new sex, health, fitness, and nutrition strategies. Now, every man wants to be healthy, isn't it? And that is why they would be interested in, oh my God, this is 437 strategies. I must be reading this magazine, isn't it? So this is how they do it. Now I'll move on to the next. There are several questions that can be answered through research. What are these questions? First of all, what do viewers like and like most and like least about their favorite local TV program? Okay, if we do research on this, we would be able to prepare a content which is liked by the audience. All right. As I told you, if you do not do proper research, the blunders of Bhag Milkha Bhag or Lagan could happen, isn't it? So you need to ensure that you whatever script you are preparing, you need to ensure the historical accuracy if you are preparing a biography, all right, or a biopic. Now, another question is, why is a current TV program not performing well as was anticipated? Obviously, if the research is not done well, then people are not going to watch it because it won't be in a proper sequence. It won't be including all those elements that are liked by the public. All right. Then another question is, how effective is advertising on TV, radio, and the internet in all types of print? Again, when we have data on this, accordingly, we are going to prepare our media plan. Then another question is, why are newspaper subscriptions declining? Research needs to be done in this aspect. I'm not talking about India, because in India it is somewhat okay, but around the world, specifically in developed countries, it has happened that the circulation of newspapers has declined. What are the various reasons? Obviously, one of the obvious reasons is the use of internet and social media, isn't it? So research needs to be done on all these things. All right, there are several other questions as well, but then I'll be moving on to the next slide. Now, the question arises, why should you be doing research? So to begin with, there are certain reasons for this, but I just want to state that you are already a researcher. How? Whenever you want to buy a mobile phone, it's not like someone suggested it to you and you just bought it. No, you do research on your own. You visit the various websites that are there. Then you find out the various model for the price range that you are looking into. Then you also do research on what are the various features, isn't it? Then you also do research on the various offers that a particular website is offering. And then you decide to buy a mobile phone, and not just mobile phone, be it in terms of buying your clothes, be it in terms of buying any other accessory for yourself. You do a lots of research. The only thing that you need to do is you need to channelize that. You need to channelize that and divert it towards academic, and then you could be a good researcher. So coming to the question that I asked earlier, why research? See, research is required in content writing and content creation. So if you are writing an article, if you are making a film, if you are preparing a poster, if you are preparing an advertisement, in all the media content, every kind of media content that you're preparing, you need to do research. Until and unless you do not do research, how come your content would appeal to them? Isn't it? So you need to do research for this one reason. Another reason is for profile building and portfolio building. So if you want your resume to stand out from the other applicants, you need to go into research. Okay? If you go into research, they would the person who is going to employ you, the person who is going to interview you would be impressed because you already have research skills, and that is why if he gives you any assignment, the person is sure that you would be excelling it. All right. So for purpose of profile building, resume building, and portfolio building. Then another reason for conducting research is because research is an activity which is practical in nature, and that is why it makes you industry ready. All right. Another reason is research, apart from making you practically sound, it also makes you theoretically sound, because at Adamas we ensure that we inculcate in you theoretical concepts that are there related to media research and research in general, and also the practical aspects as well. All right. So we try to inculcate all these things, focus on both practical and the theoretical aspect, because it's not like you just go out and start doing the practical. You need to have certain concepts regarding the theories related to research, isn't it? So we are going to ensure that. Now, there are several qualities, that would get, inculcated in you if you are doing research. Because you might be thinking, why should I be doing research? Or, what sort of benefits would I be getting? So if you are a good researcher, then you will develop keen observation and curiosity. Because a researcher, tries to understand and observe everything minutely. All right. He or she is curious in nature, and that is why it is easier for him to understand a particular phenomenon, to understand a particular issue. So let's say, there is this farmers protest issue. All right. As a researcher, you would be able to find out key, all right, this is one side, this is another aspect, and then you would be able to form your opinion. So research is required even in forming your opinion as well. Then research helps in inculcating an analytical mind. Whatever situation comes in front of you, it could be a difficult problem that you come across. With analytical mind, you would be able to solve that situation, and also you would excel at it. Then another thing is prudence. So there are these four resources, which is man, machine, material, and money. Whenever you go out for a job, you would be assigned a particular person who would be assisting you when you become a good journalist or maybe a good director. You would also be given certain machinery, certain technologies. You would be given money. People are going to trust you with all these resources only when you are utilizing them judiciously, using all these things in a cost effective manner. And how do you ensure that? Through research. If you do not put too much research into budgeting, then you would run out of money. You won't be able to complete your project. So research is necessary for that. Then research helps you in opening up. It makes you good at conversation. So let's say I gave you a task to go out and do research on the common people who are living in the villages. All right. So you are supposed to do research on villages. So you would be having an through the exposure, you would be getting an idea how to interact with the various people that are there. You would become good in conversation with various people. So research comes help in this as well. Then you become unbiased. I told you earlier, whenever you form your opinion, you're forming your opinion after doing in-depth analysis. So that is why you would be free from all the biases that are there. No ideology, right wing, left wing, nothing. You would be having your own opinion. All right. So another quality that would be inculcated in you when we are going to teach research is ability to gather in-depth and accurate information. All right. Then apart from this, When you do research, you develop habit of working under pressure and in tough situation. And that is why whenever you come across any other situation in the near future that is difficult, you easily handle it. Then one of the biggest advantage of doing research is that you develop an expertise in an area. So for instance, if you're focusing just on development communication, so let me tell you, the potential chances are the government would be offering you certain projects, and those projects could be going for lifetime. So life is settled. All right. What you need to do is you need to develop an expertise. It could be in political communication, it could be in print media, it could be in advertising, it could be in media effects, it could be in development communication, it could be in health communication. You need to develop an expertise. All right. Because by virtue of doing research, ultimately you are becoming an expert in yourself, isn't it? Then research also inculcates patience in you, because whenever you go out, you face this cruel world, you face problems, but then again you also come up with solutions to this. Okay? And that is why it makes you patient. If there is you do not come up with immediate solution to a problem, you wait for it. Okay? You try to work upon certain things and then come up with another solution if you're not coming up with solution right now. Then another is commitment to hard work. It makes you hard-working person. All right. Then most important thing, research makes you systematic, because while doing research, you are supposed to follow certain steps. You cannot jump the sequence. And that is why with the research, you are able to execute things in a systematic manner. Because let's say if your boss says, hey, I want this story by evening. So you're going to do that thing in a systematic manner. Okay? You're going to do research on the topic. First of all, basic Googling. Then you would go out. Then you would be asking some of the person. Then you would be asking for, some other information from verified sources. You would be looking for government records and all these things. And then you would be writing your story. All right. So in a systematic manner. So research helps you in doing that. Then the last one, again, very important, research makes you a resourceful person. All right. You would be having information from around the world because you are good at research. And that is why people are going to approach you. People are going to value you for the kind of information that you possess, for the kind of expertise that you have. Now, what are you going to learn at School of Media and Communication? I'll just, explain this, in a brief. Introduction to research. What are the various concepts that are there? What is the meaning of research? What are the various types of research? What are the various elements of research? What is hypothesis testing? What is scaling? What is sampling? What are the various research designs? What are the various approaches of doing research? So one is qualitative and the other one is quantitative. So when I say I want just numbers related to this particular phenomenon, I am saying I want a quantitative approach. If I say I want to know the details, I want to know the what has happened over there, I want the description part. All right, then I go for qualitative approach. All right, then we will also be telling you about the various research tools through which you would be able to do research. So what are the various research tools? Forming of a questionnaire, schedule, interview, and not just them. There are few others as well. Then we would also be giving you information on what are the various steps of research, what is data collection, how to do it, how to do the data analysis and interpretation, and how to write a research proposal or a research report. Most important part. All right. Now, as far as the research opportunities as School of Media and Communication is concerned, at the end of the semester, in both undergraduate and postgraduate courses, you would be supposed to write a dissertation. All right. Then another opportunity that you would be getting is that you would be getting opportunity to present your ideas, present your papers at the conferences. Also, you would be getting opportunity to conduct research with faculty members. All right, they will be collaborating with you. Obviously, the condition is that you should be interested enough. Now, The last opportunity is that there, you would get the opportunity to publish your content. It could be a research paper, it could be a book chapter. Because in today's time, let's face it, either it is publish or perish. That is, either you are publishing your content and then only you would get noticed, or if you're not publishing your content, no one is going to notice you. No one is going to give you a job. So either publish, either get into research and start publishing, or either you will become redundant. All right, you will become irrelevant. Now, I thought, since this is my first interaction with you, I should be beginning with some interesting concepts. So I'll be dealing with just two small concepts, and I hope you find them interesting. So, whenever we come across a data, there are certain levels of measurement. Now, whenever we see a data, we need to measure it. How much is it? Isn't it? So basically, we are talking about the quantitative approach of research. All right. So to begin with, first one is nominal, the second one is ordinal, third one is interval, and the fourth one is ratio. How do you remember this? Just remember the word noir. Noir means black. Got it? So N is nominal, O is ordinal, I is interval, and R is ratio. To begin with, what is nominal? Nominal is just naming the variable that is there. So for instance, you might have seen Dhoni wearing a particular number jersey, Virat Kohli wearing a particular number jersey, Ronaldo wearing a particular number jersey. So it's not like it's something done in a very sequential manner. Ronaldo wanted to, have a number 7, so he got it. So it's totally random. And that is why it is nominal. That is, you are just naming. Okay? So that is the nominal data. Then there could be another form of data, which is the ordinal data. So ordinal data is in a particular order, and hence the term ordinal. Okay? So there is a name and then there is an order. So example is, for instance, someone is, comes at 10th position in the class, someone comes at the first position in the class. This is the order. All right. So the person who got 96% came first. The person who got 85% stood at 10th. Isn't it? That is the ordering part. Now moving on to the interval data, it has naming. It also has order, but the missing part is it doesn't have an absolute zero. Now, what is the example? While measuring temperature, we come across various units. So for instance, we have Celsius, we have Kelvin, we have Fahrenheit. Now, Fahrenheit begins from 32 to 212. Kelvin, we know it's from 273 to 373. Celsius is from 0 to 100. So you see, there is no absolute zero. We are measuring the same thing, that is the temperature. But then again, we have various, we have variety. So that is the example of interval data. Now, what is ratio data? Ratio data in true terms is the complete data. That is, it has a name, it has a rank, it has an order. Also, it can accommodate absolute zero. So what could be the example? Example could be your height. Example could be your age. So it's not like a person is going to born at the age of 32 years, isn't it? Person is going to start from 0 and then to 100 years and so on, isn't it? Same way your height starts from 0 to 170, 180 centimeter, isn't it? So that is what? There is an absolute zero. You cannot touch it. There won't be a person who would be minus 180 centimeter, isn't it? Are you getting my point? Anyway, now moving on from this concept to another one, which is Zillman and Bryan's yummy or yucky scale. So yummy is something which is pretty tasty, yucky, which not so tasty, isn't it? In fact, you would detest it. This scale is particularly used by researchers when they are doing research on children. So how could it be of help to you? For instance, if you want to ask a child what sort of television content he or she prefers, what kind of food items he or she prefers, you can use this scale. So 1 really yucky and 5 is really yummy. And then there are several other variables as well. For example, kind of yucky. 3 is okay, kind of yummy. Now, if you think about it, the critics give ratings to films. Now, isn't that similar to what we see over here? Isn't it? 1 to 5, they give that rating, na? So 5, we know it's really good movie. But if it is 1, we know it's really bad movie, isn't it? So this is how we do it. So the scale is in front of you. And obviously you would remember it because you see those smiley faces, isn't it? Now, the last slide of my presentation is I would be showing you certain videos on the various popular researches that have been done in the entire history of media research. I'll be playing the video, so just wait for a while. Now, the first video that I'm going to show you would be of Bobo doll experiment. All right. Now, what is this Bobo doll experiment? Now, Bobo doll experiment was done by Albert
early
Bandura.
experiment on learning of aggressive styles of behavior through modeling. Children and watched a filmed adult perform novel.
There was sound I can get sent that with me.
Students, just bear for some while.
Now, so meanwhile the video starts, I'm going to just explain the experiment that happened. So Albert Bandura, now he was a super scientist and he did this experiment wherein there was two children from age of 3 to 6 years, and they were studying in Stanford school. So there were 36 boys and 36 girls, and they were shown a adult model. All right. Now this adult model is this playing
novel,
playing
aggressive acts, played a doll, and physical aggression.
अच्छा ठीक है, it's okay. It's okay. Fine, play it.
Accompanied by
Actually, the video doesn't have an audio. So what I'll be doing is I'll be narrating to you what was this particular research. All right. So Albert Bandura, now he's the person who is speaking right now. He conducted a research on children from 3 to 6 years of range, and he put them in a hall wherein a Bobo doll was put. So first of all, the children were asked to watch a particular media content wherein adult model was kicking the Bobo doll. So Bobo doll is something which springs back into its original position. As you can see from the on the screen, the adult model is kicking it. Okay? So he is kicking it and the children are watching it. Okay? After watching it, the children were put in a room wherein there were lots of toys. Obviously, the natural choice of those children was to select the Bobo doll. And what they did after was really surprising or rather shocking. Children started kicking the Bobo doll in the similar manner the adult model was doing. So basically, they were emulating, they were observing the behavior of the adult model, and then they were behaving aggressively. They were resorting to violence. Why? Because they saw an adult model doing so. Also, in the video, the adult model was being rewarded for his actions. And that is why the children thought, if that adult model is being rewarded, we would also be rewarded for that same aggression. All right. Now, there was this highlight of this particular experiment wherein under a drawer, a gun, obviously it was a toy gun, was kept. All right. So, the video was showing that the adult picked up the gun and pointed it to the Bobo doll. All right. Now see, the adult pointed it to the Bobo doll, but the children took out the toy gun from the drawer, and they found it. It was not lying there. They found it. They took it out and they started pointing out to the other children that are there. So this is how powerful media is. Children were, see, now the kid is, holding the revolver, sorry, not the revolver, the toy gun, and then using it on the Bobo doll. So this was the experiment. Now let me tell you, these kind of research diverge into what sort of impact media has. And I had already explained you the various dimensions of media effects. So this is one of the research that was done. Now I'll be showing you another research. For that research, I'll be showing you video wherein, yes. October 30.
Good evening, folks. I'm Mr. E, and this is Kid History, where we find out about famous events that happened on this day in history. Today is October 30th, and on this day in history, we go back to 1938. It was a Sunday evening, which was prime time of the golden age of radio. You see, back then, there were no smartphones, laptops, or even televisions. There was radio. And on Sunday evenings, most Americans would be tuned into the radios. On this particular night, the CBS network let 23-year-old movie director Orson Welles broadcast his radio version of The War of the Worlds.
And he declared that, in a dramatic manner, that the Martians are attacking New Jersey.
In The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
Now, the problem was, when they were playing this introduction, most Americans were listening to another show on NBC, and they missed the introduction. And they switched over to CBS about 10 minutes into the show. By then, the story of the Martian invasion was well underway. Imagine tuning in, expecting to hear your regular show, and then you hear this.
It is reported that at 8:50 p.m., a huge flaming object, believed to be a meteorite, fell on a farm in the neighborhood of Grover's Mill, New Jersey, 22 miles from Trenton.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Someone's crawling out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against a mirror. There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror, and at least try to be advancing men. strikes them head on. Lord, they're turning into flames. You saw by the wood, the bars, the gas tanks of the automobiles spreading everywhere. Coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the
Most people
broadcast
tuning in
of
late thought it was a live
Grover's
broadcast.
Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed at
All right, so I'm not going to play the entire video due to paucity of time, but yes, see, in this video, as you can see clearly, there was this guy, Orson Welles. He started a radio broadcast, which was known as the War of the World. Okay, so it was basically a radio adaptation of a novel written by H.G. Wells named The War of the Worlds, which describes that the Martians, that the people living on the Mars were attacking, all right, the people on the Earth, specifically Britain. So he adapted it, and in a dramatic manner, he said, okay, Martians are attacking. So first of all, it was just a musical performance going for straight 15 to 20 minutes. And then suddenly he announces that the Martians are attacking. So people who tuned in at that time, they thought it was real. People started panicking. They started moving to hills. They started calling police stations. They started calling newspaper offices to confirm whether it is true or not. Some of them didn't even confirm, and some of them even committed suicide. Although this is not confirmed, but then it is said, then some of them also committed suicide. Then there was a stampede. Lots of chaos happened due to just one broadcast. So can you imagine the kind of impact visuals of media have on people? So this particular incident, I told you, no, this is not that research, but the research that came after this. Researchers started analyzing how could it be possible that people started thinking it is a reality, which actually was a radio adaptation. That's it, a radio play, nothing else. So a lot of research was done regarding propaganda and passive listening and active listening, hypodermic needle theory. All these research happened due to this particular incident. And as far as Orson Welles is considered, later he became a very famous actor known for Citizen Kane. I hope you might have heard about him. Anyway, so this is it from me now. And thank you all for being a patient listener. In case if you have any doubts related to whatever I presented, the various concepts that I taught today, or the various opportunities I mentioned that would be there at SOMC, then please do ask me. Yes. All right. So thank you all. Now over to Momita.
Thank you, sir, for adding such insights on research opportunities. I'm sure this will trigger young minds to think beyond curriculum and expand their horizon. Now, our head of the Department of Journalism, Dr. Shunayan Bhattacharjee, will briefly interact with you all. Over to you, sir.
Hi, guys. I hope that you had an engaging first 2 days with SOMC. I'm sure you will learn a lot of things as we proceed. This was just about, see, please understand, it's okay. Please understand that this was all about, getting a hang of what SOMC is all about. The idea was to give you an idea about what is going to happen in the next 2 or 3 years as the course might be. I will not get into too much of knowledge. We will have a lot of opportunities to do that. We will talk about a lot of aspects in media as we go ahead, as we embark on our journey. But what we will do, and I'm here to just give you some sort of a hindsight, or should I say foresight, into what is going to happen in the next 2 years. So first things first, deadlines are sacrosanct. So as and when you'll be getting your assignments, and I'm sure you will be getting a lot of assignments in the days to come, you will have to stick to deadlines. That's point number 1. Point number 2, read, write, analyze, discuss, debate. This is the essence of media. Media is all about debating. Media is all about deliberations. Media is all about understanding and analyzing different things that happens around you. Talk to your peers. Not just talk to your faculty members. Obviously, they are part of the
entire game, but talk to your peers, because peer learning is a very important learning in your entire scheme of things. Please understand this. I remember, I can tell you one anecdote, a personal anecdote for that matter. I learned more from my peers than from my teachers while I was doing my post-graduation in media. Some of you will be doing your graduation in media as well. I unfortunately didn't have a graduation in media. I did a graduation in something else, then switched over to media in my post-graduation. But that's my story. I'm pretty sure that your story is different. Whatever you are doing, at the end of the day, talk to your peers. I'm not sure when the physical classes are going to commence. It might be after October. It might be sometime later as well. So we will not get into any presumptions. What we possibly can do is you have a WhatsApp group. Use the online platform, please. Talk to other people. Talk to your peers, talk to your batchmates, and I'm sure you will gain insights that you will otherwise not gain through your interactions with teachers. You have to interact with your teachers. That's a given. But what I'm more emphasizing is peer learning, because media is all about perspectives as well. Please understand that it's not just about reading, it's not just about writing, it's also about gaining perspectives and gaining multiple perspectives for that matter. It can be a political perspective, it can be a cultural perspective, it can be a linguistic or a cultural perspective as well. But it is important that you talk to your peers, gain their insights, enrich yourself in the process. Remember, tomorrow there might be a possibility when you can change your opinions as well. Third, it's okay to have opinions. It's okay to be opinionated, but make sure that your opinions have bases. In other words, you back up your opinions with facts and figures. Remember, opinions without facts and figures are of no value. These are some of the cardinal principles that I'm talking to you in terms of what you need to do when you join SOMC. Another thing, participate in as many co-curricular activities as you possibly can. There are clubs, you have already been told about it. There are other events that will be conducted regularly at SOMC and even at the university level. Participate there. Use your creativity. Create certain things. If you are good at writing, write. If you are good at speaking, take up the opportunities and speak at various functions and platforms. If you are good in drawing or sketching or making graphics or making animation, explore that. We are there. All the teachers are there. All the technical staff members are there. The entire university is there for you. Do not while away your time. Even if you are, let's say, for example, even if you are talking to some of your batchmates, there might be a possibility, or there can be a possibility at times that you might be disappointed. Take those disappointments in your stride, because those disappointments are what are going to make you in the future as well. So 3 things, I'm going to repeat those things, and these are the fundamental things that you've got to remember during your stint at SOMC. 1, stick to your deadlines. 2, do your work in conjunction with your team. In other words, be a team, understand team game and work as a team. And 3rd point, discuss, debate, analyze, read, write. Media is all about that. Welcome to SOMC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight. Now, next speaker is myself, but my faculty and my fellow mate and my team member, Swati Chandak, will introduce me briefly.
Hello, everyone. Our next speaker is Ms. Momita Dedas, Assistant Professor, who will give you glimpses about the university rules and SOMC blog, the YouTube channel which we have. So over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, back again. Okay, so my session would be, I have segregated in 2 parts. I am Momita Dedas, Assistant Professor, and I have already briefed you up on my profile. Like, I have 15 years of experience as a teacher, copy editor, and also a reporter. And my educational background is I have done my BA, MA, MPhil in International Relations from Jadavpur University. And I've also done another master's in mass communication, journalism and mass communication. And I've also have 1 year of BBC Island system. That was a pilot project first time, which way back in 2005. I was part of it. Only 13 journalists were chosen for that program. And later on, I have my first exposure as a reporter, field reporter with Hindustan Times and Times of India, Calcutta Times, Calcutta desk. And then Electronics for You magazine, the exhibit, the magazine, those are the magazine, very premium magazine, which focus on electronics domain and also lifestyle and electronics. For last 7 years, I've been into academics. I've taught in the Techno India, then NSHM, then for last 3 to 4 years, 2 years, I am engaged with Adamas University. So let's start with first, getting to know the university rules. So what are the rules? These are some of the aspects which is very essential part of your journey in this university. And the second part I have, it's more interesting that I'm heading a SOMC blog where, and also YouTube channel where you people will be creative. And, this is a platform that our department has come up with for last 2 to 3 months. And your seniors are engaged into it. And I'll just brief you up on that aspect. So let's start to getting to know the university rules. So I'll again start with the American writer Holly Lisley, quote, that is, actions have consequences. First rule of life. And the second rule is this: you are the only one responsible for your own actions. So here comes the rules and regulations, which are also very important aspect of student life. So let's start. So university rules, like the university believes that duty, decorum, and discipline are the hallmarks of a good student. Students enrolled at the university must recognize their responsibilities towards the faculty, office staff, and fellow student. Failure to maintain appropriate standard of conduct shall contract disciplinary action. AU student of Code of Conduct, there's one document that will be shared with you soon. But I'll have just, jot down some of the headlines which you should know, like any overt or covert act leading to ragging or eve teasing is under the Code of Conduct of Discipline. Disruption of classroom activities. Right now we are on online mode, but even that too is very, very have serious consequences if you disrupt classroom activities. Disturbing the studies or other students, harming the health or safety of staff or students, damaging the college property, possession or consumption, distribution of any intoxicants, illicit drugs, or weapons in the campus, misconduct or using unfair means during examination, production of false information or documents for admission purpose or documents for award of scholarships or prizes, etc. Failure to return loaned materials or settle debts with the university. Then you have rules pertaining to discipline, like students are expected to use only courteous and polite language and behave with decorum with the faculty members, staff, and fellow students. The students shall be regular and punctual in attending classes. This is very, very important factor. The students are expected to read notices, circulars displayed on the notice board. Representation of complaints and grievances may be made individually to the registrar through the concerned dean. Then the attendance rules, which I think every institute has, into it. So students are required to be punctual and attend all classes. Number 2, relaxation of maximum 25% of the attendance may be allowed to cater for sickness or other valid reasons. A student whose attendance is less than 75% for reasons whatsoever will not be permitted to appear in the end semester examination. That is your final examination. So keep in mind, you have to keep it 75% of your attendance. A student intending to take leave is required to take prior written approval from head of the department. You first interact with your mentor, like you have briefly briefed up on yesterday on your relationship with mentee and mentor. So you first approach to your mentor, and then you have to write for your leave application to the head of the department, along with CC to your mentor. Then there's anti-ragging regulations. We are very particular about that, and we have disciplinary committee, AU, and also department-wise. Like Adamas University condones ragging in any form and in accordance with the same, and also as per the order passed by the Honorable Supreme Court. What constitutes ragging? So any conduct by any student or group of students, whether by words spoken or written, or by an act which has the effect of teasing, treating, or handling with rudeness of fresher or any other students, what constitutes ragging. We have anti-ragging squad. The university has this, who are on vigil at locations prone to ragging. So we have this squad very active throughout the campus. Anti-ragging committee, the university has an anti-ragging committee, which on the basis of the inquiry report submitted by the squad, and depending upon the gravity of the offense, shall penalize student or group of students. This is what goes about. So now we come to the interesting part, which is SOMC blog that we have named as Journal Post. These are some of the visuals. I'll also show our, our homepage, how it looks. This is the homepage, and this is about us. I'll just briefly tell you what we offer. Like the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams by Eleanor Roosevelt. Journal Post offers a platform for the students of the School of Media and Communication to wear the hats of wordsmith. This blog will cater to nurture the holistic progress of our students to become industry proficient with creative streak. The school further aspires to achieve this through proactive collaboration of our teachers, who will also guide students to realize their dreams. This blog will also have a scholastic approach and include themes on varied aspects of contemporary world, which will accord students to comprehend the subject more ably. We have tried to include 7 main categories of both hard and soft news perspectives. I'll just show you, to give our students wide choice to double in their area of interest. We believe Journal Post will further give you wings to relish their published works before they step into the real media industry. So this is all about Journal Post. And we have lifestyle, we have technology, we have education. So these are some of the photos. I'll just show you, this homepage. Yeah, just wait for some while. I'll just show you our page. So this is how it looks. We have just started our puja edition. So some of the stories are in. So here we have included one of your seniors by Rupa, top 9 Durga Pujas in Kolkata. So we have this some of the news stuff, contemporary times, like Assam eviction turns violent. This is one of the report. Then New Delhi sells 22,000 crores deal with Airbus. Then you have this in entertainment section. We have To Doom India, that Netflix shows that films uncovered. Then we have this every Monday we come up with this journal bulletin. Like like if you come to this, now you get to know. Like in news section, we have international news, we have national, we have local. Business and economy. Then we have sports. In sports, we have cricket, football, esports. In technology, we have reviews and guides. Then we have women's section. We have COVID-19 section. We just can't forget about this pandemic. It has deeply affected our daily life. So we have this COVID-19 section. Then we have this politics section. Here we have this global global, then national. In global, you can see there are some stories like Afghanistan, you know what is happening. Then China's crackdown on its world-class education system to resolve this image problem. Then you have US-China trade war in COVID-19 time. Then you have nationwide, you have Assam eviction, then massive outrage in Meghalaya. A brief overview of Assam, Mizoram. Like we have one student, your senior who comes from Northeast. She's always being assigned to while something happens from Northeast, she files it. Then you have state like you have Nandigram, you have the game changer, while politics, you know that Mamata Banerjee. It is a game changer for 2021. Bengal elections. Then this Khala Hobe tag, that became quite popular. So there's this thing. Every Monday we come up with journal bulletin, which caters to this global news, national news, and state news. Then you have entertainment section, very popular section. We have most of the readers, they prefer to read. Like we have this top 5 animated movies to watch on Halloween. Halloween just around the corner and just end of this October. So we suggest to have this journal screen every Wednesday. We publish this. Then you have this thing. We suggest what to watch especially on OTT platforms. Then we also include some special sections, like we have Siddharth Shukla's demise. Then you have this music section where one of our students took interview of Shantanu Moitro. Then this is about Indian rock music scene. Then you have web series like in Journal Screen. That's the part where we have catered to the OTT platform. So it comes under that. Then you have theater section, Journal Stage. Okay, I'm sorry, you were not. I was not aware that you were not being able to see our homepage. So I'll just quickly repeat it once again. Like this is our homepage, Journal Post, and we have news section, international, national, local, business and economy, sports. Like we have cricket, football, and sports. Then you have technology reviews and guides. We have women section. We have COVID-19 section. We can't deny the fact of the impact of pandemic. And then you have politics, like global, nation, and state. I already mentioned that we have journal bulletin. Every Monday we come up with this 5 special news which headlines, which is very important globally and nationally and state-wise. Then you have entertainment section, like we come up with every Wednesday. We have this journal screen and we suggest like what to watch on OTT platforms. Then you have movie section where we suggest what are the movies that readers can or our audience can look forward to. Like Netflix shows To Doom India, just they concluded what are the films and shows uncovered. Then Halloween is just around the corner, so top 5 animated movies to watch out on Halloween. Then we have this, we lost Siddharth Shukla recently, so we have included this. Music, we have our student, one of the student, he took interview of Shantanu Moitro, and we have included this. We have web series section. We have already told you that we suggest. Then we come to theater. There's this your senior Shobik Pal, who has keen interest on theater, and he has a section every Saturday, journal stage. He short sort of review certain very popular Bengali theater, and we have named it as journal stage. Then you have comedy, though we don't have anything, but we'll welcome if you have anything to add on. Book section, we have like Buddhadev Guha's, we lost him recently, so there's a tribute on him. Then top 5 books and stories of by Frank Kafka. Then you have lifestyle section that is also very popular format, and like food, fashion, health, relationships, and travel. Like food, we have a thin line between Rasgulla and Rasgulla, one of our senior students who heads this, and we have named it as Journal Appetite, where we suggest every Thursday what to look into the food section, especially. So she has suggested, like, come up with traditional Ranna Puja in West Bengal, then 9 food wheels in Kolkata that you must try, then World Coconut Day. So what do you mean by that, and the significance of world, and many more are there. So you have fashion section, you have rise of thrifting. So we'll also include, puja fashion soon. Then you have health section, like World Rose Day, World Alzheimer's Day, sustainable, eco-friendly menstrual hygiene. So we have this special section on Adamas University came up with this program on menstrual hygiene, and one of our students report this on the section. Then you have relationships section, that is very important section in lifestyle related news, like on section 377 verdict anniversary. Axis Bank announces inclusive policies for the LGBTQI community. So then there's fundamentals of fundamental self-relationship explained. So there's a wide gamut of choices for you. Travel, we have this top 9 Durga Pujas in Kolkata, then all about New Chinatown. One of our ex-students who did one research, field reporting from this New Chinatown, and she covered that entire area with what kind of food, what kind of lifestyle, what to watch for, So this is a research-based article she wrote. Then you have education section. This is only for our faculty members. Like we have, no substitute for field reporting by Mr. Shashwato Gupta Roy, ex-resident editor of Gomantak Times. He would have a session just after my section. Then you have communication for underprivileged community. This is by Dr. Rajiv Lorembam, who has recently joined. And he has expertise in development communication. So he has written on it, and the career prospects for it. Then you have career avenues of studying media and communication, all you need to know, by Ms. Swati Chanda. And she gives a wide gamut of choice of media and communication, what to look for. And then have this tip section where I have written one section on 9 effective tips for blogging and getting audience. So I have included on interactive kind of effective tips for students, or how to go about blogging, how to start a blogging. So the thing is, first and foremost, you have to know, have to read a lot to write well. Okay, so have at least try to contribute to this blog at least weekly for once, because if this is your platform, I am there. There's a team who looks into it. Like we have post-ups, photo stories are there, videos, podcasts. I'll come to podcasts and videos in our YouTube channel. I'll just review up on that. Illustrations, sketches, comics, fictional stories, poems are there. I'll just briefly go down and show you how it looks. Like this is the entertainment section. This is the politics section. Then comes journal bulletin. Yeah, this is lifestyle. This is about food. This is about photo story that I have already briefed you up. These are all some of the videos. I'll just get to show you our YouTube channel. We have this journalcast, audio stories and audio format, which we every Friday our students create stories, they record it, and they upload. And it's generally the generic content, that is original stories. Okay, so there's a team headed by Trina Chaudhary, and she and her team does that. Then even faculty members had also have created some of the content, like we did one audio, Bengali audio play, Hoiche Shomoy, me and two of my colleagues, Mr. Shayokpal and Mr. Shubhajit Dotto, and we also won second prize for that. Then we have this journal time. This is very essential, very important aspect of your contribution, where every Thursday we come up with this panel discussions. This is being headed by Mr. Shashwata Gupta Rai, Associate Professor. And we have this team of one moderator and 3 to 4 members where they discuss on contemporary issues. Like this is the first episode that do the new rules for social media impact the freedom of speech in India. So that was a first episode. And then there are some videos or short films which our ex-students created. Sabir Alam, one of the very brightest student of our ex-batch, just passed out UG batch, he has created this Nirjeev Kobiraj. Now I come to video, our YouTube channel. Just give me some time. Yeah. Okay, let's see. This is our YouTube channel, Adamas Media, you can see. So if we check our video section, then you get to know we have just concluded our Forceps day 1. And then this is one of the journal time section. We released it on 2nd October, Mahatma Gandhi's principle, whether it's still applicable or not. Then there's this Pujo Prem, a story by one of your seniors, Kajol. Then this is just comes under journal cast. And then you have also some of the videos like, see, one short film by one of your seniors, Shikar. And then you have this, these are all journal time section. Then this is one of the video which speaks about review of Spider-Man No Way Home. So you can also create such kind of content. There's a team, very active team of blog and also YouTube channel, and we have your seniors. Be active, be excited, come to us, be creative, and think in box and also out of the box. Like, your Shomo sir said yesterday, very truly, that you have to think in the box and then out of the box. And these are also very important, to expand your creativity, to expand your horizon. Media is all about creativity. You have to create something new. You must have, even our HOD, Dr. Shunan Bhattacharya just said that, you have to be creative, you have to read, you have to write. If you don't create content of your own, there's no means why you have taken up media. Okay, so we are all there to help you out, in the process of being creative, and please contribute here, be part of it. Like we have this here, one of the stories of where Calcutta blooms, like one of the short story. This is one of the assignments that we have assigned our students. So this journal post and also our YouTube channel will be a kind of co-curricular activity and also a kind of assignment specific, where you can create your own content, generate content within your syllabus, within your curriculum, and explore your wings. Okay, to try. Okay, don't be shy to try. We are all, we don't expect you to be perfect, but we at least expect you to have that exploring mind, to explore more. So yeah, so here you can check out our, I'll just share this links with you in the groups, so that you can just explore and see to it. So you have already checked, I've already shared with you. These are some of the visuals like a YouTube channel. I've already briefed you on that. Any queries, get in touch with me. You'll be in the process. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for informing students on university rules and adding insights on student platforms that will mold them to be industry ready and help them in their holistic development. So students, make sure you provide content for the SOMC YouTube blog and all those channels which we are having. Okay, so thank you, and over to you, ma'am. Yeah, students, just wait for a moment. The next speaker will get back to you. Just a moment.
Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Shashwat Gupta Rai, Associate Professor. He will speak on developing your career. Over to you, sir. He has been the resident editor of Gomantak Times, and we are privileged that he has joined us and as faculty member. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and welcome to this ongoing Forceps sessions that is being held for orienting you to the world of not only Adamas University, but also SOMC. You just heard from Momita ma'am as to what you need, what all activities we do to make you industry ready. And now I, Shashwat Gupta Ray, Associate Professor at SOMC, Adamas University, will take over to take you to the next phase of the journey, and that is placements, industry, which is the cornerstone or the most important factor for any professional institute, and something that every student is interested in. The first question that comes up is, what is our placement scenario? What is our placement prospects? So in next half an hour or so, I will take you through the journey of placements, what kind of system we have in place, and will give you some insight into our career development cell and our various activities that we are doing for the purpose of making you industry ready through CDC. Before beginning, let me just give you a small introduction about myself. Already Momita ma'am has told you about me, but let me also appraise you a bit. My name is Shashwat Gupta Ray. I have a 20 years of work experience as a journalist in the industry. I started off my career as a sub-editor. I did my master's in communication communication studies, MCS, from Maharaja Sayajirao University, Baroda, from 2000 to 2002. I was earlier a BCom student. From BCom, I switched to media studies. And my catalyst for entering into the media industry was the Kargil War, because that was that time when Kargil war was at its peak, and it was the first televised war in the mid 1999. So so that was the, you can say, the catalyst or the motivation for me to see, although I've been following media work not very closely, but regularly, you can say my first twist with understanding media started with reading India Today magazine. When I was young, at that time, it was a fortnightly. India Today, Frontline, these magazines were of a lot of interest to me. And then I used to watch, you must have heard about Prannoy Roy, the founder of NDTV. He used to come up with this weekly program called The World This Week. That was used to be telecast on Doordarshan every Thursday, which I used to watch diligently. I used to wait for that program, and so on and so forth. So that was my interest in gradual interest in media, although I never knew that journalism or mass communication could be a career. It was only after the Kargil war and the first televised war and the explosion of television media that I got to know about mass comm as a career. So that resulted in my entry into the field of media studies. And then 2002 onwards, 2001 actually onwards, I started working on the field. I did my internship with the Indian Express, and then Pune-based daily called the Maharashtra Herald. And then I started entering my first foray into the field was through desk, that is sub-editing, copy editing. But I was also doing news features. So I was copy editor come feature writer. News features, not the entertainment section, but hard news features. Then gradually, I went on to work with organizations like the Press Trust of India, India's largest news agency, the investigative weekly called Tehelka, where I did stories on Naxalism and various other issues. And then as life went by, I joined the Sakal Times. From there, I joined as a senior reporter in 2008. And within 7 years, I went on to become the editor of a Goa-based English daily, which was a sister concern of the Sakal Media Group only, for which I was working. It's called as the Gomantak Times. And I had the honor of heading the newspaper from 2015 to 2020, 5 years. And in my journey as a journalist, I have won many awards, which includes Best Reporting Award from Government of Maharashtra and Government of Goa. I will be one of the few journalists who has been given award at the hands of the Chief Minister of 2 different states for excellence in journalism, and also Best Editor Award for communal harmony and national integrity. So that was a bit about myself. And now I will take you through the journey of our CDC and placements. The Career Development Center. The Career Development Center is the hub of liaisoning between academia and the industry. So why do we need a center like this? There have been always, you must have heard this, you can say this complaint from the industry that there's always been a gap between the academia and the industry. And to bridge this gap, precisely why people like us are here in this academics, who will tell you what is it that is required to make you industry ready. So apart from us, we have this Career Development Center, which is a specialized cell that has various programs under its umbrella that will ensure that you become industry ready by the time you step out of this university in 3 years or 2 years time, whatever your course duration is. So at Adamas University, a constant effort to narrow down the widening gap between academia and skill requirements of industry, just like I said, that core focus here is to give industry a ready-made, well-oriented workforce which can be deployed on the field directly. And field, I not necessarily mean outdoors. Field in nature means the profession. Many people get confused between field means it's only outdoors. No, outdoor or subediting, copy editing or whatever, graphic designing or anything you call, audio editing, everything, multimedia specialist, whatever area that you talk about, the holistic thing is called as the industry or the field. And we are here to make you field ready. We strive to make our students industry ready so that they can understand industry requirements. A reason why there is a gap between the industry and the academia is the industry is walking on a path which is very different, and the academia is walking on a path which is again very different, and twain don't meet. And this is something we have regularly heard from technical companies, manufacturing or technology oriented industries, who have been talking about this regarding the output from engineering institutes, the engineering colleges. So same goes for everywhere, any professional college institution. The aim is to make you complete package, complete industry ready, and help you understand what is, we ourselves first get the feedback from the industry. The CDC takes feedback from the industry to understand, especially like in the field of journalism and mass communication, what it needs to become industry ready. And then accordingly, a package of programs is made so that you're trained accordingly, and the qualities required are inculcated inside you. Developing strong corporate communication skills to match industry expectations is also an agenda here. Now let's see how CDC works. It first works towards identifying and nurturing the energetic talents. See, all said and done, at the end of the day, you have to have that zeal, the enthusiasm, the spirit in you to come forward and show that, yes, you are ready for the big game. Okay, we have to be energetic. We can't have our shoulders drooping. We cannot have our face drooping. We need to show the energy, the enthusiasm that, yes, what we are here for, it is what we believe in, and we will keep no stone unturned to achieve the objectives for which we are here. And then it grooms students as per the industry needs. So as I told you, the first agenda of the CDC is to get the feedback from the industry as to what they need and what kind of, then we compare it, what kind of talent pool we have at our end, and then we make an analysis of who suits where. It may be possible that you want to do journalism, but you may be suiting PR, or vice versa. You could be good at filmmaking, but you may be showing interest in, say, corporate communication, but you may be having a more befitting role in filmmaking. However, please understand that ultimately we are living in a convergent world where every skill is necessary. So even when you are becoming a corporate communication person, you maybe need to make a corporate film. Now, to make a corporate film, you must know the art of filmmaking. So suppose the company doesn't have money and it doesn't want to outsource filmmaking to some other professional company. They may ask you to lead the team of communication specialists that are there, part of the communication department team, corporate communication team, to come out with your own corporate film to place for the clients. So that basic skills, of course, you need to have. But then one excels in an area where you have the core competency. Interest is something and core competency is something else. But if interest and core competency both come together, then it creates wonders. So the idea is to groom students as per the industry needs. And there's a lot of focus on hands-on training and practice. While there is a heavy dose of academics for you, but there's equal amount of focus on hands-on training, because unless you do hands-on training, you will not realize what it takes to do something. For example, I teach here mobile journalism, digital media, and your multimedia news production. So I've myself been doing YouTube videos and doing journalistic work on YouTube. So now I will send students. The other day I had gone to the field, I had tagged along one student of mine, come, do this work with me. So you get hands-on training so that you know, like you, just like a potter needs to feel his hands over the pottery wheel on the clay to give the shape to the clay, to make it a pot or to make whatever you want. So similarly, you need to have your own feel. You need to understand. Only then you will realize where you are making a mistake, where you are faltering, and then you make the corrective steps and go ahead. I belong to Armed Forces fraternity. My father is a retired army officer, a war veteran. And there's an adage in the army that more you sweat in peace, less you bleed in war. What does that mean? It means more you train, more you work hard in your academics, which is your peace time, and you falter, you make mistakes and you learn from them, less you make mistakes in the field, in the professional world, where the margin of error is as good as zero. So our effort, our perseverance is on the direction of making you so much trained and give you so much of practice that your margin of error is as good as zero. You may still make mistakes, but the gravity and the periodicity of the mistakes will become much, much lesser, which would be otherwise different if you don't get this hands-on training and practice. So how we develop our career, the focus is on developing our career, developing your career. So students are imparted with skill development training by CDC. And there are various kinds of skills that are imparted here. And the skills that are given to you are directed towards helping you develop self-confidence. You know, a person may be multi-talented, a person may be very good at his work, but may not be getting the success that he or she deserves because the person lacks in confidence. And that lack of confidence could come from maybe language barrier, could come from skill barrier, could come from even the self-belief that yes, I can do it. And that belief, self-belief, is something that can even lead to a mountain man, a Maji the mountain man, to break down a mountain and create a road because he wanted specifically to build a road because his wife had died because there was no road to take her to the hospital. So that kind of determination, that kind of self-belief can be created to even break a mountain. And although it is just an example, you will not necessarily go and physically break a mountain. But the reason for telling you this is that self-confidence can really do wonders. So it can break your inhibitions. Once your inhibitions are broken, once the ceiling is broken, then you are in the field with full charge, with full gung-ho. And that what is the difference between success and failure. The self-belief, the self-confidence that yes, I can. That yes, I can is what we inculcate in you. This feeling is what we inculcate in you through the CDC, by giving you the necessary inputs, the training that you need to build yourself. We ensure that you are able to communicate with the outside world. Communication, one of the main focus of skill development at CDC is to help you develop your communication skills. Please understand the communication differs. Communication style differs from person to person whom you are talking. The way you talk to your parents will be much different from how you talk to your siblings to how you talk to your friends and classmates, and the way you talk to your teachers, and the way you will talk with the industry, with your bosses, with your managers, editors, chief reporters, everybody. So each individual, and in the professional world, you will be dealing with these high profile people. So if you have to interview somebody, what are the etiquettes? What are the skills that you need to communicate with somebody from the outside world? And all these are directed towards make you a finished product for the industry. So now a great focus when we talk about skills, a large focus is on developing your soft skills. What are your soft skills? Soft skills can be your building your self-confidence, helping you overcome your language barrier, developing your etiquettes, basic etiquettes like greeting somebody when you meet your somebody in your field. Good morning, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Namaste, ma'am. Namaskar, madam. Namaskar, sir. Whatever, whichever is your language and whichever is, please don't, just because we are talking in English doesn't mean that you have to forcefully talk in English. Whatever language you are comfortable in. For example, if you are working for a vernacular daily or a vernacular establishment, you please talk in your language in which you are confident, but show that confidence. Don't, no need to impress anybody for anything. You know what you can do best and do it with your best abilities. No, people will appreciate that you have approached with whatever skills you have. We have recently seen our Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving a speech in the UN sector, in the UN General Assembly in Hindi. We had seen in the past our previous Prime Minister, late Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who made this trend in giving speech at the UN General Assembly in Hindi. So, and we have foreign delegates, the Russians. You wouldn't see a Russian delegation, Vladimir Putin, talking in English. He talks in Russian. So it's not necessary that you have to forcefully talk in a language which you are alien in. You can talk in the language in which you are comfortable in, but speak with confidence, speak with full gumption. And that's what we train you here. So special training in soft skills. So we give you training in general and customized manner. So what are the general areas in which you are imparted training? Communication skills, just like I said. Another aspect of communication skills is telephone etiquettes. Like when you call up somebody, when you're asking for an appointment or you're asking for a quote, when you're asking for comments, how do you speak? Do you just dial the phone, hello, I'm so-and-so, we want your quote, kindly give your inputs? No, we say, hello, sir, hello, ma'am, good morning, good evening. Is this a good time? I'm so-and-so calling from so-and-so organization. This is what has happened and we need your inputs on the same. Is this the right time to talk to you? If not, then when is the good time to talk to you? I will call back to you at that time. Now, these are some of the very subtle but very important training that we provide you here. Why? Because we have to respect individual privacy. Somebody may be busy in a meeting, somebody may be traveling, somebody may be with his family, somebody must be with the doctor or something must be going on, and he or she may not be in that mental frame to give you comment precisely at that time. So please don't force that person. If that person is not ready to speak to you at that time, he will say, okay, no problem, but please call me after half an hour. So I'm in a meeting, call me after half an hour. So please call the person half an hour. Again, ask whether the person is free now or not. Not necessarily a meeting, if he says half an hour, we'll get over at half an hour. It may become 40 minutes, may become 45 minutes. So you may have a 5 minutes of, you can say, a breather time for the person to cool down and have some refreshment and then come back to normal and be in a mental frame to talk to. So these are some very important aspects that are taught in your communication skills. Then problem solving ability. See, when you enter into the field is not bed of roses. There will be thorns, there will be problems coming at every every corner. So, but how do you react to that problem? Do you get bogged down by the problem, or you have the confidence in you to go and meet the problem head on and find a solution? See, more often than not in your career in the field, you will be at crossroads. You will be very often you will be in crossroads where you will be confused as to which way to take, what step to take to solve that problem. So in that juncture, the problem solving abilities that you will be taught here is something that will be helpful to you at that precise time. And then you can recall all those training. Why the training is given? The training is given for you to recall all those things so that in the field, when you are encountering some issues, you recollect them and find a solution to the problem. Work aptitude. Another thing that we develop here is the aptitude for you to execute a certain work. I just said that you could be suited for something and you would be doing something else. So that is not the way to do things, because then you will not succeed, because you can succeed only by doing something where your heart lies. If your heart doesn't lie where you are, if you're not doing with your heart, with your interest, then you will not be putting your 100% in it. And if you don't put your 100% in something what you are doing, you will not get the results that you need to for making a successful career. Basic IT skills. Of course, you all know how to use mobile, computer, the various apps, etc. But still, there is a difference between knowing apps for your normal Instagram post or a Facebook post or your any other social networking site, and using some apps for professional purpose. So the way you handle your same video editing app for your short video in your Instagram or your Facebook post will not be necessarily the way you have to do a YouTube video for a professional media organization and its news video. So for the same skills, but with a different approach. So that reorientation of your approach is what we focus here. Apart from, of course, skilling you in things like your DTP or your video editing, all the professional tools that are required, high-end tools that are required outside. Then the emerging technologies of that particular domain. See, we are now very much technology oriented. Today that we are talking to you, again, is through technology. We are using a Zoom app to talk to you, Zoom conferencing app to talk to you about what we are doing. We teach using the Microsoft Teams. And there are other organizations who use Google Classroom and etc., that all the apps are there. So technology is evolving. Technology is evolving by the day. Before you spell the word technology, there's a new technology already in. And that might be adopted by some organization where you will be working. So those emerging technologies of that particular domain are also taught to you in these various sessions that are run by CDC. Now I come to the customized training program. You had general training program, which is given to everybody. And then there are customized training program, which are given as per your choice of field and as per your requirement that you give when you enroll for CDC. Now, what are those customized training programs? Content writing. Content writing for websites, for organization, corporate brochures, for corporate annual reports, or your copywriting or anything, any kind of content writing, which is different from journalistic writing. Please remember, content writing is different from journalistic writing. Content writing is more publicity and sales oriented, marketing oriented. So that how to write those kind of copies, how to write those copies means the write-up that you will be writing is known as a copy. So how you write it, how you make it more attractive, how to draw your customers towards your company through your content writing is what is taught to you here. Videography, as the name suggests, Now, videography can be of any type. Videography can be news videography, journalistic videography. It could be corporate videography. It could be film videography, short films, documentary films. So these are some insights that will be given to you by experts of these fields. So please remember, all these will come to you through experts of each of these fields. News reporting, although we will be talking to you as a faculty, we are always telling you about news reporting, editing, filmmaking, etc. But then we also have tie-ups with the industry where experts come and teach you, or I would say guide you, how to do things as per the requirements of the industry. So what industry requires is something they come and tell you, and that you inculcate in yourself. Public relations, again, we have PR experts who come and they give you the important aspects. Please remember, here they don't talk about theory. There is nothing regarding your syllabus. Here, specific time is spent to talk to you about specifically about what is needed in the industry. And hence, one of the important aspects of this kind of training program is your personal involvement. So please involve yourself, ask questions, raise queries, and clear your doubts. Because if you don't participate, if you don't raise doubts, if you don't ask questions, then it will be understood that you have understood everything. So by default, it will be perceived as you have understood everything. So tomorrow, if there is some unclear doubt and you just didn't ask because you may think that your question may be wrong or answer may be, the question may not be proper, then you are doing a mistake, because then that gap remains. So that chink in your armor remains. So that weakness will remain. So please remember, you cannot afford to have any weakness of any kind when you go out in the field. It's a cutthroat competition out there, and out here both. And you need to ensure that you are up there for the game. What do the external trainers do when they come and take your sessions? They assess students on psychometric parameters, how physically, to of course, fitness you have, but mentally, how strong you are mentally, how prepared you are to withstand pressure, to be able to take responsibility, to be showing your participation, whether your mental framework is up there to be able to deal with the challenges of the field. And that is the first thing that is tested by these external trainers. Then the experts guide students on their career choices. Now, suppose you say that I want to pursue filmmaking or documentary filmmaking. Filmmaking has everything: feature filmmaking, documentary filmmaking, short films, fiction, non-fiction. So these things, when corporate films. So you say that, okay, I want to do filmmaking. So the CDC will arrange for you sessions, particularly on filmmaking, where there will be experts coming who will be talking to you. Right now, we are doing everything online. So we have online sessions on Zoom, where the students join the sessions and then they are given live demo on online. And once physical classes happen, which I hope will start soon, all the faculties, all the trainers will come on the campus and give you first-hand training. So the choices that you make are the ones they guide you on. So please first make up your mind what you want to do. Don't be in a confused state of mind that today I want to do journalism, tomorrow I want to do PR, day after tomorrow I want to do filmmaking. No. When you are entering first few months, okay, you may be a little confused, that is okay. But after first few months, 3 months, 4 months, you should be very well aware that where you want. In fact, nowadays, even it is better that you come prepared with your mind what you want to do. Of course, you should have knowledge in everything. Like I said, we are in a convergent society. We need to have knowledge about everything. Everything is interdependent. But expertise should be in something that you really want to do. So students also hear and interact with the industry leaders regularly. We have industry captains, the editors, managers, they come and talk to you. We have continuous interaction with right now, like for example, two very interesting personalities. We have veteran journalist, Mr. Jayanta Ghoshal, who has worked in senior positions in organizations like the Ananda Bazar Patrika, and now he's the consulting editor and with the India Today group, and he's also the advisor to the Chief Minister of Bengal, Srimati Mamata Banerjee, and he has loads of experience, and he interacts with our postgraduate students. I am the mentor of the post-graduation batch, MA SEM3 batch, where I arrange this kind of talks. CDC also arranges this kind of talks, where these experts come and talk to you about what is there in the field. So there are weekly interactions with journalists, sessions held with Mr. Jayanta Ghoshal on things like how government functions. How do you report on, say, assembly proceedings? How do you report on parliamentary proceedings? How do you interact with the union minister? How do you talk with a party activist? How do you do political reporting? What do you look at when you are in, say, covering elections? You are covering a political rally. What are the stories? What are the important issues that you need to look at? Then with Nivedita Sen is an award-winning journalist. 2 consecutive awards she has won from the government of Goa, and has worked under me. And she is a defense correspondent, certified defense correspondent from Ministry of Defense. And she is also a noted environment reporter and multifaceted personality. And she has been talking to our students on challenges, especially for young journalists, particularly young women. Young women, how their set of challenges are very different from the male students. So we have to understand that we take a lot of initiative in making our training sessions gender neutral, so that you also, as a because in our MSM3 batch, we have 10 students, of which 9 are girls. So having a professional female journalist as a trainer helps a lot to these girls, because they get to know from their perspective what are the challenges as a young girl if you are reporting crime, when you are getting into police stations, hospital morgues, accident sites, rioting, how you take care, how you cover. You do the things as a defense reporter. Nivedita Sen has been to LAC, Line of Actual Control, China border, where she has reported on the hotlines that have been started by Indian Army and the Chinese Army in the backdrop of Doklam episode, which happened before the Galwan conflict. So these are some interesting sessions that we have been holding with experts. So students are apprised on industry's expectations from a fresher. So when you are just entering into the field, what is expected out of you, the do's and don'ts? What we say is something, of course, we also say the same thing, but when the industry people say the same thing or add some flavor to it, so it becomes more vindicated, and your focus becomes more broad-based. So what are the career development process we follow here through the CDC? So registering the students at the beginning of session to career services, updating students' information with necessary documents, their skill sets and interests. Please note that we have a portal called the Superset. The Superset portal run by the CDC is where you enroll yourself, and you will get a login ID, password, where you are going to upload your credentials, your necessary informations, your mark sheets, your SGPA scores, your CGPA score. CGPA score, of course, will come after the end of your term, but the SGPA score of each semester, your semester-based scores, the final score of your end term, and then your internship certificates, mark sheets, your some other activities that you have participated in, some NSS activities, social work, NGO, anything that, any certificate that you have, you place on it. Why it is done? Because this portal is the ready-made, you can say, one-stop destination for you to get placement support. So when you are registering in this portal and specifically mentioning the requirement for placement support, these documents are ready-made available for the industry potential recruiters to come and screen them, pre-interview screening, and then interview you as per your qualifications and the work you do, and they will select you for internships and final placements. So collecting students' profile to study, understand their interest, strengths, and weaknesses. This is what is done. The pre-analysis is done. Then on that, the students are guided, and finally, based on those guidances, the training programs, the final career placements are planned. So accordingly, the students are guided whether they should go for jobs, higher studies, appear for various professional entrance exams like GATE, NET, or even our group's RISE trainings for careers in government sector. We have special training center, special training programs for government jobs. So even if you want to opt for government jobs, you can apply for that. You want to opt for higher studies, you can opt for that, and you will be given specialized training on how to crack these. So what are the internship opportunities? CDC gives industry exposure through internships. Internships, as you know, is your summer training, your hands-on training in the industry, where you're placed with a corporate organization or industry, some related organization to your field, where you get hands-on training for 2 months or more, depending upon the timing given to you. The duration minimum is 2 months, where you get to spend time in a work atmosphere and learn hands-on on how the industry works. There are 24 companies currently empaneled with Adamas University SOMC for internships. Some of the notable names are Republic TV, ABP Anando, CRY is known as a child welfare organization, Zingling Media Private Limited. They have all taken interns from SOMC. This is the complete list of industry participants. Introduce Private Limited, Virtual Infocom, CRY, Infosys, Yantro Mitra Learning, Onyx, Lexplosion, David3, BollywoodLife.com, Aaj Tak, Sadhana TV, Sambad Vishwa Bangla, Barbecue Nation. You must have gone to Barbecue Nation to eat your delicacies out there. But Barbecue Nation also wants people to do their corporate communication, do their publicity. So they hire people from here, even Niti Aayog for that matter. So as you can see, there's a whole lot of things. There are radio also, Radio Bhumi 92.8 FM, Edelman Private Limited, a noted PR organization. So all organizations, all fields of mass communication is covered here. Then there are specific live projects. Live project was organized with CRY in the past, where the students of SOMC were asked to content development, reporting, and documentary films of field activities. Then Policy Times had taken our students for organizing events. Then Zingling Media Private Limited had taken students to do film and TV soap review and pre-launch assessment of TV and cinema theater ads for publicity effectiveness. The purpose was to analyze an ad before its launch, whether or not it will appeal to the target audience, and if not, then what are the corrections that are needed, what are the aspects that need to be changed so that it has appeal when it is released in the theaters or in the TV. We now will take you to a small peep into the Adamas Comprehensive Excellence Scorecard, or the ACE. A performance scorecard is a presentation of the progress over time of an entity or individual towards some specified goal or goals. So you are assessed, your performance is assessed over a period of time to understand how you are doing and how you are developing, not just academically, but also as an individual as a whole. So what are the elements of a scorecard? At Adamas University, we aim at overall and holistic growth and development of a student in multiple dimensions, not just academics, but also co-curricular activities, music, your practical activity, practicals, your live projects, everything combined. The Adamas Comprehensive Excellence Scorecard, the ACE, has been designed to help a student keep track of his or her growth in different facets. The methodology adopted are based on three categories: methodology for assessing you. First, knowledge acquisition. Knowledge acquisition, as you can understand from whatever lessons you learn from here, the theory that has been imparted here, the theory and various other practical knowledge that is imparted to you, you gain knowledge from that. Then employability skill enhancement. How competent you are to get employed in a private organization or a government organization. That is also assessed. Then the student engagement programs like the CDC, we have various activities that we engage a student and where we try to analyze how well you are participating, whether you are participating actively, you're a passive participant, active participant, you are adding value to what the activity is going on, coming out with fresh ideas. They are all part of the scoring component. So the overall objectives is the students' excellence. So we analyze overall knowledge development of the students, prepare students for employment in a global society, maintain high student satisfaction through engagement with education experiences. What are the key performance indicators? KPI is something you will get to hear when you are in the industry also, when your annual appraisal will happen. So to measure the growth in each variable, there are KPIs which are identified and a student's performance over a period is captured to arrive at a score. The scorecard captures the development of a student in each KPI over a period as compared to the targeted development. So there are scores given which are your minimum scores that you need to achieve to be able to live up to the expectations. And then whether or not your score is matching to the scores given as your baseline, as your category, is something then is assessed and then feedback is given to you. So if you are doing better than the KPI score given to you, well and good. If you are matching just on the baseline, then you may need to work a little harder to go above the baseline. And if you are below the baseline, then what all things you need to do to take corrective action to first be at par of the baseline and then go above the baseline. Here are some glimpses of the KPIs, your own SGPA score of your exams, your attendance. As Momita ma'am had said, that 75% attendance is mandatory. Please remember that your attendance is marked. They also carry score. So if you are not attending regularly, not participating in the college activities regularly, then you are losing marks, which will overall reflect on your KPIs and your employability potential. Then library usage. How often your library, you not necessarily have to go to library physically. We have library website through which you can online borrow books, or you can see research papers or soft copies of books, e-books you can read and return, and you can renew books. So how often you are engaging your library facility, again, is another parameter. Participation, as I said, be it musical activities, be it industry activities, CDC activities, your class, your projects, your practical assignments, they're all judged as part of the overall KPI scorecard. Then activity orientation, engagement, co-curricular activities. We have various kinds of co-curricular activities. there's music, there is art, there's entertainment, there is various other things where you can participate. So more you actively participate, greater are your chances to have a good score. And formative assessment, final assessment of how you have performed over all these 7 parameters, and then feedback is given to you. So A scorecard is a unique and innovative development that has taken place at Adamas University. No other educational institute has implemented this kind of thing. It has been directly taken from the industry and has been implemented here, which has been led by Shri Rajneesh Clay. And this is something that is going to stand you in very good stead once you step out of the academy. It will lead to overall development of students. It will help in taking corrective steps as the student progress in the scholastic journey. So we will be able to see and measure your growth over time, help you in making yourself a better version of what you are currently, which means if you're coming with, say, 40% skill sets, 50% skill sets, along with aptitude and attitude, you will go out with perhaps 80% or 90% of it. We can never claim to be 100% because there's never 100%, but we can take you to near 100% because there's always scope for improvement. One can never say that, yes, I have achieved everything. No. Improvement and the self-assessment is something you have to do every day regularly. So it's a non-stop process till you are in the profession. So it makes you more capable of delivering the goods when you step outside of this institute. This is a short, you can say a screenshot of the report card. You can see the reporting period, the perspective, objectives, the KPIs that are put here. You can see the SGPA, class attendance, library usages, interdisciplinary projects, all our parameters are given. And then you can see the targets that are given and the percentage that one has to achieve. So this percentage column that you see is currently 0, has been kept unfilled, because this is where your targets will be filled in percentage basis. And then final scores will be measured and prepared. And then you respectively will be given your feedback and will be told where you are doing well and where you need to improve further. So I hope this session has been enriching enough for you, where you have understood what it takes to be able to make the cut in the industry. You had till now heard about what are the initiatives we do in-house from the classrooms. Now I've just told you how we go outside the classroom parameters, outside the classroom environment, and take you to the field atmosphere through the various initiatives that is done by the Career Development Center, CDC. That's all from my side. This is Shashwat Gupta-Ray signing off, and thank you once again for being patient listener, and wish you all the best, and hope to see you in the classrooms very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for adding such insights on career opportunities to help them be proficient media professionals. Students, do grab these opportunities and spread your wings to realize your dreams. Make your parents proud and make a mark in your life. So now we come to our last speaker of the session, Mr. Shubhrajit Dotto, the head of the Department Communication Management. He will introduce you the concepts of newer technologies in media and communication. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Momita Madam, and students. I hope that you are getting quite a few insights from many of my learned colleagues. So this session, I would like to keep it very different. As you know, that the topic is newer technologies in media and communication. Okay, so let's, again, my favorite method is to go for a storytelling method. So again, I shall show you some videos, and then we shall discuss about it. Before we get into anything, now think about it, how things are changing. Earlier, it was only the physical medium that's available. I give you an example. Think about you are a wall painter, okay? And you have to, wall painting was a very kind of a popular medium, particularly say, for example, you have to wall paint for a Hawaii chapel or something. How many walls are available in Kolkata right now for painting? Think about it. Many of the walls are simply are dilapidated. So they are not like the right one, the right fit for painting. Some are restricted. So you cannot really touch those walls, maybe of heritage buildings and all. Many of them you're not allowed to. Okay. So that leaves you with very limited options, okay, where maybe people inviting you or maybe some other walls. Now think about it. The expression, if I consider these mediums as a canvas, then your opportunity of expressing your creativity was very limited. It's simply that I'm not giving you paper, you want to draw on a paper, but I'm not giving you paper to draw. So what happens is, even if you want to express, you cannot. Now think about when we transition from this reality that we are all in, the physical reality, to a virtual reality. That means, think about video games. So we have all played video games. So within the video games, we have those walls and people coming in, depending on the video game, whether it's a racing video or a shootout video or a strategic video where you create things like an Age of Empires. So you are within the set. You are within the virtual universe altogether. So when you are within the video game, the opportunities are unlimited. That means you get thousands and thousands of walls all by yourself. You may ask me this question, how is it connected with media and communication? Now think about it. If you are creating, if you're painting on those walls and you're a wall painter, I am your client, you just send me the link of what you have created. I will go there and see those hundreds of samples that you have created, and you may simply land up with a contract. Earlier, you had to go pay also an enormous amount of money to buy those brushes and those color and do everything, repair the wall to show me just one piece of your art, of your creation. You don't have to do anything right now. Just create those, that's about it. Okay. So we will first start with augmented reality. Think about it, what is augmented? Augment means to add. Okay. So when it is talking about augmented reality, that means my canvas is the physical reality. I am standing within the physical reality, not my canvas, but I am standing in the physical reality. And I am adding to it. I am adding to my physical reality self. Question is how? Unless I show you a video, you won't be able to be clear on what I'm talking about. So give me a minute and I shall share a video with you. So I go here. Okay, so you can see my screen here. Now see, it's a shopping mall. Okay, it's actual physical world. Like I was telling you that we are within our physical world. Now what's happens here? Let's see. You can see those. Let's see. Think about it, people are there, kids are coming to play, everything is happening. So the reality is there. The reality is it's a shopping mall or it's a metro station. Shopping mall. And then you're augmenting, you're adding to that reality. Now see how others. Okay. So again, you may ask me this question, so what's the relevance? The relevance is tomorrow. We can create anything. Even if I take this Zoom thing, can it be, because we know they are not the real chimpanzees. So you will see elephant coming in. Giraffe is just looking at you right now. Can this be called giraffe? Think about you have opened up an ice cream shop there, and you have branded the giraffe like this. So for example, your ice cream's name is say Quality Walls. And this Quality Walls giraffe is going everywhere, and people are looking at it. So you have a moving banner, interactive moving banner, moving everywhere there. That is how we augment to the existing. So that's one part of it. Think about it. Zoo, particularly, one concept is I really want that animals to be free. So there, just to look at the animals, really need a zoo. We may have a artificially created animals to look at, unless there are other scientific research. We don't have to be, we are not under any kind of an obligation to put someone captive, just look at them. It's enough. So when we are looking at it, guys, just one request to you. You will see many of the things which is happening around you all the time. So when you are looking at it, think about it that how it is connecting to you. A world of a communicator, a world of a brand manager, how it is the benefit to you. I'll give you another example, though, I'm taking a little bit of data. So we know that the drone policy has just been completely changed in India. So we will have a massive delivery drones and all. Think about it, what is the point in marketing? We have this drone super highways, connection with your own trade. The more connections that you can make, the more you will do better. So let's see something more. Now I will show you something on virtual reality. That was kind of an augmented reality, AR, and now we will talk about virtual reality a bit.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct.
Okay, so I should skip a bit and will only talk about what's relevant to you. So I shall
to be in virtual reality VR.
Okay, so you can see here
You're so
on my
cute.
screen.
Oh.
So there is nothing. You can see that the world is basically
Yeah, go get it.
everything is happening is virtual.
Come on. Oh, you're so cute.
So again, the question is, what's its?
It makes you feel like you're pulling a string back.
When I was,
oh yeah, nice shot.
When the example.
Oh my goodness, these eyes are so cool.
Look behind you, Kyra.
I had to actually imagine by reading the books.
Order up.
I had to imagine and create those in my mind that how the world was actually formed.
Oh no.
How this
Burned.
mountain will look like.
Eat those donuts. Get them. Get those donuts.
As we progress,
I'm
our
standing
future
in the way of his
generation
ball.
luckier
That
that you don't have to imagine things in
go.
mind. You can actually go there and see.
No, the other way. The wheels are a little off kilter.
Hold on. I'm gonna get really hungry down here. Little bit of a torque issue.
You just feel that machine on.
How are we going to space?
No, I can't. The grid's
Tomorrow,
here.
The grid wall
in our class
has to stop you from walking to the couch, walking to the walls.
We will have role plays. So role plays means think about you are, so the role plays are where you are talking on different things and you have to assign a different role. So some of you are look at this thing. Manager, press. Think about it instead of assigning roles altogether. If you can make something virtual like a courtroom or something. Oh, that was good. And we are discussing that what's happening. And everything, all of us are doing it. So many applications. So virtual reality applications is completely virtual. So all these mountains are created. So let's something talk about mixed reality. What is the advantage and how So as I was talking about, a lot of things that has been done earlier because of course the lack of technology. As we have progressed more and more, it has to be done physically. Like say for example, if you're an architect, you have to actually show things physically. You have to create a model, and that from that model I will understand as a client that what you are talking about. Okay, so we didn't have a really a kind of a without making it you cannot really see it. But now see what has happened now. And please understand, as we are talking, this technology is already there. Okay, so every day, as we are talking right now, things are changing, things are advancing. So see this. So my only objective, again, to let you know about these technologies.
Penny
so
walks in on location. She has to set up the space for a product unveil for a group of clients.
And it's kind of a blank.
Enter Microsoft HoloLens, the world's first untethered holographic computer.
Again, everything is being created.
The device maps the room in order to construct a digital map of the space, allowing Penny to fill the room with holograms.
Now see.
What you see here is next generation hand tracking. Penny moves the holograms throughout the room in real time and space. The boxes react using physics-based simulations, just like they would in the real physical world.
This may be a bad time, but the client is on an earlier flight.
We're so not ready.
And these are not science fiction.
Not yet. Just bring the team in, please.
Windows brings spatial sound, articulated hand tracking, and Samir's own hands into VR.
I can see your heart at work, Samir, but Penny needs your help.
Yeah, sure thing. Just let me check out this bunker real quick.
Samir, the client is on
as per usual. Sense of timing is just awesome.
Kai-san, Penny ga yonde imasu kedo.
Okay, so now there is a time for a client review. So the client will also come, look at it, and will approve. So let's see this.
Kai joins the conversation as a hologram. Samir also appears as a 3D avatar, which he scanned himself using his phone.
Cute.
I tried. So, how's it going?
It's not. This is the flagship store. It's gotta be unforgettable.
Yeah, not exactly blowing my hair back.
Yeah, the space is driving me nuts.
All right. How about a change of...
This one helps in order for them both to manipulate and
once you have created all of these
conversational bot, we see a real-time translation of what Penny's client is saying.
Again, the client puts in, because there is nothing there, it's empty space. The client puts the glass there and she can also see what you have created. Think about it, almost zero waste. Only what you are doing is you don't have to create something physically. You don't have to use
impressive
wood. You don't have to use, I still remember I started my life in an ad agency. So we had to create stuff. Okay, and think about it, the client doesn't like it. So everything needs to be dismantled, everything needs to be thrown away. That's not the case anymore. You don't have to do anything physically. But again, what is the bottom line that remains is your creativity. Are we creative enough? Because the creativity is something that, of course, is will be more and more important as we progress. Okay, so everything, whether it's in my profession, which is teaching, whether it's in your profession, any profession that we are talking about, creativity is something that is very, very important, because with the global village becoming more and more closer, so everything, the distance becoming reduced, kind of a similar thing which someone has done, copy paste, this thing will not work at all, because why people will copy paste if I get original stuff? So that's what is important. Let's talk about something more here. Okay, so you can, again, we can talk about what is the application of VR in education. So let me share my screen again. So you can see an application of VR. Now, okay, I give you an example. Right now in online education, what's happening? I am into my own physical space. You are into your own physical space, and we are interacting, we are talking, we are seeing each other through an interface. And that is how we are feeling disconnected, because you are into your own physical state and I am into my own physical state. Right now, think about I am in Darjeeling, so it's very cold. You are in somewhere which is quite hot. Okay. So yesterday evening, Kolkata was quite hot. At least I feel that way. So our physical self are experiencing very different situations, resulting into very different emotions. And that is why exactly the disconnect. Now think about it, you and I are in the same frame. Then what happens? We are no more disconnected. So everything that we talk about is about online media, that we are not talking to each other, we are not close enough to each other. I cannot like ask my question like physically, as if like physically asking a question to my teacher. So that everything that goes away. Look at the screen, look at what I'm showing on my screen here, the teacher, the student, we are in the same frame because our virtual avatar, our digital avatars are there. We are talking absolutely in the same way. This classroom is a real classroom. Please understand, not created by the brick and mortar, but by data. This is a classroom. You are standing there, I am standing there, I am explaining you something, and you are asking me real-time question, except because our physical bodies are not there. So except physically, if you would like to make a shake hand or something, that will not be possible right now. But everything else, all the intellectual queries can be easily addressed. So that's where we will be. Think about your client has asked in for a presentation. As I said, particularly post-COVID, we see a lot of regional and global collaborations. Okay, so there is a reverse globalization. Some people actually say that there is a reverse globalization happening. Yes, to some extent, yes, but at the same point of time, a lot of collaborative blocks are also emerging. That means think about if your client is sitting in US, not a problem at all. You straight away get into his or her cabin, and that cabin is virtual. He also comes into the cabin virtually. You go into the cabin, and the real life meeting happens, absolutely real. So wherever we keep our bodies in, so whether you want to keep this body in Calcutta or in Darjeeling or in Malaysia or in Bangkok, it does not matter. What matters is all your business, all your education interaction can be done virtually, very, very efficiently. So that's what it is. Let's see more. Some of the other technologies I would like to talk about, or the technologies, how it is impacting you right now and impact you more. Think about, I've given you a kind of a screenshot from here. So whenever you say something, okay, so say are you selling something? How Facebook, whenever you put something like a post or all, how does Facebook respond? Because Facebook is actually reading this. The deep text technology reading this. So say, for example, you put somewhere, I need a cab, immediately there is a kind of a response that comes, book a cab, and automatically a link comes. What does it mean? These interfaces are actually reading your message and making a meaning of it. Okay. Deep learning technologies enables you to understand that who are the people who will look at your video. Think about it. There is a there is a cat video. Okay, so cat videos, as you know, it's very popular in social media. A lot of people, actually millions of them every day, they go and like, share cat videos. Okay, because cat is like very cute and all. Question is, if I know that who are the people who actually watches cat videos, the cat videos can appear in front of them. Every time I am liking a cat video, I am sharing a cat video, and if you are the content creator, that's a win for you. I'm thinking about one of my friend who doesn't like cat at all. What's the point showing him or her the cats? So the point is, for pinpointing our target audience, deep learning is a kind of an absolutely, that's kind of a very, very winning method. Face recognition by AI, we know, and it's coming. There is a lot of, what I should say, there is a lot of controversy also around this, but with every technology comes different thoughts and discussions and all. So face recognition is, think about it, all our faces will be stored. The work is on in different parts of the world. Faces will be stored, and wherever we go, there is a constantly, we have been, so one can monitor and one can say, think about some, so all the police will put all the data of the criminals into the system. Wherever they are found, immediately a message will go, this criminal has been found here. Now the question is, there is a lot of controversy because of privacy issue, because of this kind of a technology use any kind of a regime which is non-democratic. So there are various kind of issues that's there, but I'm just taking you through the technologies which you can see more and more as the days come in. And please understand, this is not like next 20 years, 30 years. Please understand, by 2030, if all goes well, some of us will stay in Mars. By 2060, there will be full-fledged Martian colonies. So these are not very, very far-fetched. It used to be 1970s and 1980s, minimal difference. But 2020 and 2030 will be completely a different world. Okay. Recommendation for users by AI, we know all the time it recommends videos and all. Of course, you can see that if it all has to be done by human beings, first of all, it's a humongous task, and next it will take enormous amount of cost for Facebook or any kind of a social media. Suggestions, recommendations, all the time they give us suggestions, recommendations. Inappropriate content, hateful message. So if you put anything which is like kind of a hate on all, so immediately the AI will read that and the AI will flag that. So that's a task for them. That's a use of AI. AI journalists, newsreaders are also there. So the last one which I would like to show you is, one is AI journalists and newsreaders, and one is AI writers. So artificial intelligence are also writing scripts and all. So the last thing I would like to share with you is a news anchor, and you will see absolutely it looks like a human being. Okay, so I shall share this again. Okay, so you can see for yourself how it is impacting the media and the communication right in front of your eyes. Okay, I think it has come. Okay, so now see this
大家好，
for
欢
yourself.
迎来到新华社。我是由新华社和搜狗公
So
司
this
联
is
合培育
an
的全球首个
AI
AI 合成
artificial
女主播。
intelligence news
我的
anchor
名字叫辛小
for
芒，
you.
我的声音和外形
So the
脱胎
point
于
is
新华
then
社新媒
how
体中
human
心
beings
新
will be
闻主播
relevant.
巨芒。
Think
我
about it
将会
again.
在今年
This
全
is
国两
old.
会期间与
This
大
is
家见
old.
面。
This is like
我和
1
我的
years,
搭
2
档
years,
将
3
为大
years
家带
old
来更
technology.
好的新闻体验。
As we progress, it has already gone to a certain extent. So what is our role in this?
Now, just as
Our
after
role
taking
will
oath
be
as the new Prime Minister of Japan,
how
Fumio
we
Kishida,
can
held his first
leverage
cabinet meeting. The new
this
Japanese cabinet
newfound
discussed a
technology
range of issues from an
with
economy
our
in crisis to
creativity, and
growing
I
threats from
underline
China.
that.
Now, Kishida took
How will
over
we
as the new
use
Japanese
this
Prime Minister
to
earlier in
benefit
the
our
day. He
brand
replaced Yoshihide
and to
Suga,
enrich our
who resigned after a year of
I would
presidency. Now, the
again,
resignation is attributed to
I
his
absolutely welcome you
administration's COVID
to this
mismanagement and
of learning
insistence
and
on
also to
organizing
utilize
the
how to
Tokyo
utilize this
Olympics despite the virus surge. Kishida has announced the dissolution of the lower
Thank you.
house next week, and he seeks a fresh mandate on 31st of October. He has replaced 2 out of the 20 ministers who were part of Suga's cabinet, and Kishida has also created a new cabinet.
Thank you, sir, for your comprehensive outlook. As we welcome newer technologies to be part of our lives and enter into the world of media convergence, here I would like to refer to a recent web series that is called Upload, available on Amazon Prime, which explores this AR and VR concept. I would recommend you all to watch it to fathom these concepts which sir referred to. Now we call upon our head of the department, Entertainment Media, Mr. Shomu Shubhra Das, to conduct a freewheeling session with you all on Know Your Peers, with your fellow mates, your juniors and seniors. Feel free to connect through virtually. Hope you all can see you in the campus. Over to you, Shomu, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhumika.
These include
Well,
key members
hello.
of Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's
I
inner
hope
circle,
that
including cabinet
you have done your
ministers, their
lunch
families,
because it has
as
been a
well
long
as
session.
military leaders.
And
Most
I
of them
think that
secretly owned an
you
array
had
of
your
companies
breakfast and
trusts,
lunch while
holding
having this
millions
session.
of dollars
Anyway,
of hidden wealth.
so the
Most
name of the
wealth
session
was
is
accumulated
Free
through
Willing.
tax evasion,
Okay.
corruption,
And it
and
reminds me
laundered
of
out
Bob
to
Dylan. So
financial
I will
havens.
be
The
very
document
glad
does
if
not
you could
suggest that
come
Pakistani Prime
on
Minister himself
camera.
owns
Can
offshore
you?
companies.
And
However,
please
links
unmute
to
yourself,
Imran's
because
inner
this
circle
is the
have come
session
as a
where
huge
you
setback.
interact and mingle
This,
and
as
do
Imran came to power
whatever,
in 2018 on
whatever
the back of an
you can
anti-corruption
with your
crusade.
juniors and with your seniors.
At
I
that
hope
time,
the
he had
seniors
blamed
are here.
growing global poverty levels to
And I'm
corruption
no
in
one.
tax
I'm not
havens,
here to
which
give
he
you any
said
presentation.
diverted
I'm not
funds away
here
from the general
to
public.
give you any kind of
It all
lecture.
started in
Okay.
2016
So
when the Panama
I'm not
Papers
here in
blew
the
the lid off
capacity
the
of
offshore
a
secrets of the global elite.
professor or a teacher
Among
or
them
whatever.
were also children of
Get it?
Pakistan's then sitting Prime
Can I
Minister
see? Can
Nawaz
I hear
Sharif.
some sound and
The
see some
leaks in April
images? Hello?
2016 revealed that Sharif's
Hello,
children
Jonavan?
owned offshore companies and assets not shown on his family's wealth statement. It was then that Pak PM Imran Khan turned into an anti-corruption crusader, leading several protests across the country and demanding that Nawaz Sharif step down. The findings of the Panama Papers ultimately led to Sharif's downfall and helped propel Imran Khan to power 3 years ago. Ironically, the fresh revelations from Pandora Papers have now come to haunt Imran Khan.
Gear up,
They're
Jonavan.
likely to raise serious
Because
concerns in Pakistan.
now it is time
now that it
after
names
getting,
several members of
whatever.
Khan's own
Now I
inner
won't say
circle.
bored, but getting enlightened for
Among those
7
whose
days.
holdings
This
have been
is your
exposed
time. Of
are
course, I have
Khan's
an advantage
finance
because you
minister,
cannot
Shaukat
attack me.
Fayaz, Ahmed
But
Tarin,
of
and
course,
his family.
egulo thak na, whatever. But at least you can, express your views. Okay, you can express your views, and I would. Yes, Zoya is unmuted herself. So this is the time for having some cacophony. Okay, enough of disciplines. Now please break the shackles and come out and show your face and make some noise. I know you have been, conditioned to be silent, but yes, it is time to break the silence as well as it is time to break the ice. Okay? Now I'm waiting. Can you? Yes, a lot of people are joining right now. Can you unmute yourself? Okay. So, come on, guys girls, please join. I have to entertain myself. Okay, a lot of people are joining. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Great. Okay, a lot of people are joining in. So there's juniors and seniors. Okay, what I used to do was, this is an ice-breaking session. I know this is a little bit, you're feeling a little tensed, you're feeling a little apprehensive, but it would have been great if you were sitting in front of me and, inside the classroom, and there could have been more fun. But I think we will be having that kind of a time within a couple of months. But yes, a lot of people are joining. Thank you. Genius is joining. Oyongona, yes. Okay. Before I open the doors and ask the seniors to interact with the juniors or the newbies, I would just like to ask the juniors to introduce themselves, okay? But not in a boring way. Hi, Shubhajit. Hi. But not in a boring way. By bore corona. ঠিক আছে? And when you are introducing yourself, don't be, that in that way. Sir, I am Shoma Shubhra Das. I read in class 5. Please don't do that. Ghumiyo porbo. Okay? So when you are just telling your name, you just say, you attach some kind of thing that you like. Okay? Or let's say some kind of designation that you imagine. You can say, you can always say, let's say Shubhajit. I can see Shubhajit here. Shubhajit Messi. Hotei pare. Right? Let's say Tanmay sir is introducing himself. Tanmay Tendulkar. Hotei pare. Okay. Or you can say, let's say, my name is Bond, Shomo Bond. So you can, or you can other, some other way. Let's say I like photography, and I might just say, Shomo Photography. Or you can, it will be an added bonus if you can just, retouch. Okay, you can just retouch and add, some line that defines you, almost like a tagline. Okay. Shubhajit, বোঝা যাচ্ছে, and rest of the people, can you do that? Okay. Just to, in fact, the worst part is, I also haven't seen the face of a lot of senior students too. And I know, thanks Shubhajit, you are being very patient and kind. I know that, for students, the data is something that defines how your life is going to be. And within this limited data, you have to study, you have to do this, you have to do that. It's quite tough. I know that very well. Hi Shagnik, hi Genius. Okay, now wait, I just need, okay, I will just ask your name one by one, And can you come on camera and introduce yourself? No boring introduction, right? Okay, I am not interested, and I will not be able to remember which school you're from, even which department you're from. Okay, so you just join and you just say your name, and with that name you attach something that you're passionate about. Okay, বলতেই পারে মানে শুভজিৎ রবীন্দ্রনাথ, might be, or let's say Ankita might just say Ankita money heist, হতেই পারে. So whatever on the planet you like, so you just attach that, and if the more weird it is, the weirder, the stranger it is, the better it is for us, because this is the only session, Jonagon, this is the only session where we can afford to have some kind of fun. You get it? শোনা যাচ্ছে? শুনতে পাচ্ছি না। কে হু বললো একটা, কি হয়েছে?
হ্যাঁ স্যার শোনা যাচ্ছে।
শোনা যাচ্ছে তো?
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
মানে আমি বলছি যে আমি তোমাদের শুনতে পাচ্ছি না, একটু হ্যাঁ একটু জোশটা আনো। Okay, I'll go one by one. I know there's a mixture of the old students and the new students. I might make mistakes of picking up and the senior student and asking about his or her a name, but I think everyone should introduce themselves. And it reminds me, the more we are into this Zoom, those WhatsApps and computers and science and blah and blah and blah, online everything, education is online, everything is super fast, information overdrive and all those things. It reminds me of Mohiner Ghoraguli. Prithibita, which says ভেবে দেখেছো কি তারারাও কত আলোকবর্ষ দূরে তুমি আর আমি যাই ক্রমে সরে সরে. The more we are connected in these kinds of things, the more we get disconnected. Trust me, we don't know what a person who is sitting just beside me wants. Karuna, I am looking for answers in the WhatsApp, and it is something, okay, there is, I'm not anti-communication or anti-technology. No, I'm not. Okay, but technology should not dictate your life. You should be in control of technology, and na hole, if you fail to do that, there will be a matrix. The future is matrix for us. Okay, or Terminator 2, or the machines will come and dictate us. Okay, now let's break the ice. Everyone will talk, everyone will just introduce themselves, and in a very creative way. ঠিক আছে? In a very creative way. Let's say if you don't have any passion, if you don't like anything, you just like sleeping or eating, that will also do. Okay, let's say Trina is joining. If Trina wants to say, let's say Trina loves biryani, she can attach that word with him. Trina biryani. That's it. Everyone will understand. Okay, and then there will be alap charita and a lot of guptagu and a lot of discussion and rendezvous. Okay, so let's start with Trina. Okay, let's start with Trina. Can you?
Sir, I just joined in. I don't know, what are you talking about?
I'm just talking about you. I'm just talking about the students. Trina, just একটা আড্ডা session হচ্ছে. Okay.
Okay, sir.
We had been talking a lot of things, but at least we need to know each other, right?
Sir, এখানে কি জুনিয়রসরা আছে আমাদের?
জুনিয়রসরা আছে, সিনিয়রসরা আছে, সবাই সবাইকার পরিচয় দিক. English, Bangla, Hindi. Don't use French or German because I won't understand, or Hebrew. But yes, whatever language you're comfortable in, whatever you want to speak, this is the podium. You get it? Okay, I will just go by the, whatever people I can see on my screen. That won't be any, there won't be any bias on that basis. The Zoom will be doing that bias. Okay, Shubhajit. Shubhajit, you may unmute yourself and just introduce yourself in the most creative, maybe in a very naughty way. Yes.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
Sir, can I
No,
speak
not
in
hi,
Hindi?
sir. Dada, ek minute. You're not only talking to me. এতজন জনগণ আছে, ওকে? হ্যাঁ, স্যারের সঙ্গে কিন্তু তোমার বন্ধু বান্ধবরাও আছে, ঠিক আছে? হ্যাঁ, এবার বলো।
স্যার, আমি শুভজিৎ ঘোষ। এই বছর আমি অ্যাডমিশন নিলাম MBA ইন ইভেন্টস অ্যান্ড এন্টারটেইনমেন্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট নিয়ে পড়াশোনা শুরু করলাম। তার একটাই কারণ হচ্ছে স্যার, মানে ইভেন্ট জিনিসটা প্রচন্ডভাবে ভালোবাসি। অনুষ্ঠান অর্গানাইজ করা বা আর্ট এক্সিবিশন কন্ডাক্ট বা বিভিন্ন অনুষ্ঠান যেভাবেই হোক, আর্ট ওয়ার্কশপ, সেগুলোর মধ্যে মানে থাকতে বেশি ভালোবাসি। আর আপনি বললেন রবীন্দ্রনাথ স্যারের কথা, মানে প্রচন্ডভাবে আমি একজন রবীন্দ্র প্রেমী বা রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত নিয়ে দিন কাটে।
ওরে
আর
বাবা, ওকে।
সেখান থেকে আপনি বললেন মোহিনের ঘোড়াগুলির কথা, যেমন রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর সেরকম জেনারেশন ওয়াইজ মোহিনের ঘোড়াগুলি, চন্দ্রবিন্দু, ফসিলস, সেগুলো শুনি, সেগুলো ভালো লাগে। পড়াশোনার পাশাপাশি আবৃত্তি, গিটার বাজানো, ব্যান্ড কালচার, সেগুলো নিয়ে থাকতে ভালোবাসি। বিভিন্ন ইভেন্টসে পার্টিসিপেট করতে ভালোবাসি।
So you are into band, right?
স্যার কিছুটা।
Do we have a musician? Do we have any musician here? The old and the new. Do we have musicians here? Guitar, synth, bass guitar, rhythm, lead, drums. Anyone?
স্যার এখানে প্রেজেন্ট নেই, বাট আমাদের ব্যাচে আছে ড্রামস বাজায় সুমিত।
আরে বাহ, তো আমাদের কি মানে
স্যার আমাদের ব্যাচে অনেকে আছে স্যার, ক্ল্যাপ বক্স বাজায়, আমি স্যার তবলা বাজাই, সুমিত ড্রাম বাজায়, আমান আছে গিটার বাজায়, আর ভোকালে অনেকে আছে স্যার।
বাবা, do we have a band?
No sir, I don't have.
তাহলে লাভটা কি হলো ভাই রে আমার? I know this pandemic has destroyed us, I know, but we have to avenge for that, right? একটু তো badla lena chahiye, and how to take that badla? Just by creating newer things, interacting with people, পড়াশোনা, এই ক্যানভাস, এই CDC প্লেসমেন্ট, অনেক কিছু সারা জীবন এগুলো থাকবে। But the most important thing is to interact with each other. সবাই সবাইকার সঙ্গে কথা বলা। শুভজিৎ, এই যে সিনিয়ররা বললো, এদের সঙ্গে একটু যোগাযোগ রেখো, ওকে? কোলাবোরেশন ছাড়া কিচ্ছু হবে না। Communication, we are into communication and media, so we should be talking a lot. And is there any musician or singer or any performer in the first year, people who have joined? নতুনদের মধ্যে কেউ আছো? কোন শিল্পী, যে কোনো রকমের শিল্পী আছো কেউ?
হ্যালো স্যার।
হ্যালো, বলো।
আমি ভাগ্যশ্রী মণ্ডল বীরভূম থেকে বলছি।
বাহ, আচ্ছা বলো।
স্যার আমি একজন আর্টিস্ট, আমি ড্রয়িং করতে খুব ভালোবাসি।
দারুণ, খুব ভালো, খুব ভালো। তো দেখো,
ফটোগ্রাফি করতেও খুব ভালোবাসি স্যার।
খুব ভালো, আমি বুঝতে পেরেছি, মানে ওই দৃশ্য বা ইমেজ এইগুলো তোমার ভালো লাগে, রাইট?
একদম স্যার, আর ভিডিও এডিটিং করতেও খুব ভালো লাগে স্যার।
বাহ, very good, very good, very good. I hope you will enjoy it here and you can do your work whatever you want to do, right? শুভজিৎ,
ওকে স্যার,
মাথায় রেখো। ভাগ্যশ্রী, মাথায় রেখো।
এখানে আমাদের এডিটরের অভাব, তো আমরা এডিটর পেয়ে গেছি।
আরে বাহ, একদম একদম। আচ্ছা, আরেকটা জিনিস,
আমি গ্রুপের সাথে এখনো জয়েন্ট হইনি।
জয়েন করে না, ওই তো একটা এরকম করে নম্বর আটকান, নম্বর অ্যাড
স্যার কারো কাছ থেকে তো পাইনি স্যার এখনো, সেই জন্য গ্রুপে কারোর সাথে আলাপ হয়নি আমার। এই আজকে মিটটা হলো বলে সবার সাথে আলাপ হচ্ছে।
হ্যাঁ, একটু আলাপ হতে হবে। দাঁড়াও, এ তো আমি ওই যে এইটাই প্রবলেম, মানে when you keep a person like me, তারাই সবসময় কথা বলে যায়, কি করব, মানে মুদ্রা দোষ আর কি, মানে প্রফেশনের দোষ। যাই হোক, আস্তে আস্তে একটু আলাপ পরিচিতি সেরে নি, and then we can straight away get into I will ask you to do this or that, and of course it's up to you. Okay, I won't be forcing you anyway. Acha, Shutripta Bishwas.
Hello, sir.
Hi,
sir,
hi.
Shutripta Bishwas.
Yes, again, come again.
Sir, Shutripta Bishwas. মানে নামটা একটু difficult তো।
ও না, খুব সুন্দর, খুব সুন্দর। ডিফিকাল্ট আবার কি? মাধ্যমিক পরীক্ষা না যে ডিফিকাল্ট, এটা সুন্দর নাম।
সবাই আসলে বলে কি আমার নাম হলো তো।
আরে ভাই, ওটা তো এনিওয়ে। তো ক্যান ইউ কাম অন ক্যামেরা? Okay, so just give your creative introduction. আরে
স্যার, আমার ফটোগ্রাফি করতে ভালো লাগে, আর ড্রয়িং একটু করে নিই,
আর তুমি কোন কোর্স নিয়েছো?
স্যার, মিডিয়া এন্ড কমিউনিকেশন।
Media and communication. Okay. And you said you love drawing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So you have another partner here. এক্ষুনি একজন বলছিল, so she's also into drawing. Okay, and after getting into the the groups, please interact with each other. Only the assignments and the class and yes sir, no sir, okay, may I go to toilet sir, may I drink water sir, এটা থেকে একটু বেরোতে হবে। You are grown up people, ঠিক আছে? তোমরা এখন জনগণ, আর স্কুলের পুচু ছেলেমেয়েটি নেই। You are grown up people. We can't put all of you into prams. You have to ride your own bike. Okay, Bhagyashree, you have given your introduction. Shubhajit Ghosh. There are two Shubhajit Ghosh.
স্যার, ওটাই আমি কম্পিউটার থেকে জাস্ট ওপেন করা হচ্ছে।
ও আচ্ছা। সুপ্রতীক দাস।
Yes sir.
Yes. Hi. Yes
স্যার, আমি জার্নালিজম, এমএ ইন জার্নালিজমে ভর্তি হয়েছি এবং আমার নিজেকে অ্যাজ এ জার্নালিস্ট প্রতিষ্ঠিত করার ইচ্ছা আছে এবং এছাড়াও স্বপ্ন দেখতে ভালোবাসি, স্বপ্নটাকে ক্যামেরার মাধ্যমে প্রকাশ করতে ভালোবাসি। মানে আই লাইক টু ফিল্ম মেকিং এ আমার একটা ইন্টারেস্ট রয়েছে এবং ফটোগ্রাফিতে।
এই তো লাইনের লোক। Very good. And you will find, in fact, all the professors will say the same thing. You will find that when you are into higher studies, Shupratik, there is not much difference. মানে কোনটা জার্নালিজম, কোনটা সিনেমা, কোনটা থিয়েটার, কোনটা ডকুমেন্টারি, সবকিছু দেখবে ওভারল্যাপ করছে, রাইট? And I'm sure you will find a lot of more avenues আর অনেক কটা দরজা আর জানলা খুলবে মাথার আর মনের। Thank you, Shupratik. I wish and keep on dreaming. স্বপ্ন দেখাটা তো আমরা ভুলেই যাচ্ছি, স্পেশালি প্যান্ডেমিকে। The dreams, a lot of people, they just gave up. They have given up, but don't give up on your dreams, because if you can't dream, you can do nothing, right?
Yes sir.
We will interact, because Shupratik, there is another thing. In fact, again, I don't want to discuss about, give my introduction, but I think I should give my introduction, is that I teach films, I make films, and the only thing that I can do and dream and see and taste and hear and sleep and eat and drink is cinema. ঠিক আছে? তো সিনেমা নিয়ে আমি দিনে 25 ঘন্টা কথা বলতে পারি। তুমি যদি খাবারও না পাও, if you can't give me food, you just give me cinema, I will survive. So that kind of craziness is there. And people like us, we are known as cinephiles. Okay. So you will find that, here in this university, a lot of things, a lot of studios, a lot of, screening rooms are there. And even when you're a journalist, even when you are into management, communication, whatever, we need to see everything and hear everything and understand everything. Okay. Okay. Garima, can you introduce yourself, please? Hi.
My name is Garima Dhanania, and I love reading and writing fiction. And I'm also into pop songs.
Okay. Can you, if it is not too difficult, can you come on camera just for a while? If you are in a position, of course. Hi, hi. Okay, okay. So you are into fiction writing. That's very interesting. And which course are you into? Which program are you into?
Media and communication.
Media and communication. Great, great, great. Okay, okay. Thank you, Garima. Let's go on to the next person. Shubhanki Dash. Shubhanki, acho? Are you there? Okay. I'll come later. So Shudipto Bera, are you there? Okay.
I'm so sorry, sir. I am in the traffic. Actually, I went to school for collecting results.
Okay, okay. I get it. Okay, not a problem. When you're comfortable, you just ping me. Okay. Just unmute yourself and just say, sir, I'm there to talk. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I'll remember your name. Shubhanki, to? ঠিক আছে.
No, sir. Shudipta Bera.
Shudipta Bera. Okay. Shudipta Bera. ঠিক আছে. Okay. So we will talk later when you're comfortable. Okay. Priyanka, are you there? Priyanka, are you there? Priyanka Pradhan? Okay. Sambasa?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hi. Hello. Sambasa, can you come on camera if you have the opportunity?
Okay, sir.
Hi, Sambasa.
Hello.
Hi. So why don't you introduce yourself in a very different way, in a creative way?
My name is Sambasa Timung, and I love to do art, sir. And as you said, you're more into film, but I'm more into animation, sir. I love to watch anime.
Okay. Who is your favorite director?
Sir, animation, I just love to watch it, sir.
Okay. Have you seen the Studio Ghibli?
No, sir. Naruto and all.
Okay. Great. And you just Sambasa, you just keep in mind that animation is also a kind of a film, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes. And have you seen Waltz with Bashir?
No idea, sir. No.
Okay, it's an animation film. It's based on
sir.
Rotomation, but it's wonderful. Okay, we will explore more. And Sita Sings the Blues is there. It's wonderful. Okay, great. Sambasa, looking forward to interact with you. Okay,
sir. Thank you.
Okay, great. Orchon, hey Orchon to
আমি প্রিয়াঙ্কা বলছি
Priyanka, হ্যাঁ বলো
হ্যাঁ স্যার
can you come on camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Hi Priyanka Pradhan. Bolo, just give a very short introduction and we can roll on.
আমার নাম প্রিয়াঙ্কা প্রধান স্যার। আমি ড্রয়িং করতে খুব ভালোবাসি আর নতুন নতুন গাছ খুঁজে লাগাতে খুব ভালোবাসি।
Okay, so that's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's what is required. So how do you collect trees and seeds?
যেখানে সেখানে ঘুরে যদি কখনো দেখে ফেলি নতুন ধরনের গাছ, তো আমি আগে সেটাকে নিয়ে বা এমনকি আমার মাও তো ঘরে এসে সেটাকে আগে লাগাবো, ভালো লাগে আর ঘর গুছাতে খুবই ভালো লাগে।
Brilliant. So you're more of an inward kind of a person. Okay, great. Thank you, Priyanka. We will interact more, especially on trees. I am also passionate about trees. আমি ওই বীজ নিয়ে বাড়িতে গিয়ে পোতার চেষ্টা করি নতুন অঙ্কুর থেকে, so it's lovely. Okay, thank you, Priyanka. আচ্ছা, অর্চন তো আমাদের পুরনো, তাই তো অর্চন?
No, sir, I'm first year.
You're first year. Okay.
Yes. Sir, I was being sarcastic. I am second year.
বোঝো অর্চন, আমি কিন্তু ফার্স্ট ইয়ার নই। তুমি আমার সঙ্গে র্যাগিং করছো?
না স্যার, র্যাগিং কেন করব স্যার? র্যাগিং কারোর সাথেই করব না।
ও আচ্ছা, হ্যাঁ একদম। ওকে অর্চন, তুমি তোমার পরিচয়টা দাও একটু। So why don't you introduce yourself to your juniors?
Hi guys, I am Archun and I am in second year, and don't worry, it will take us to the next year till we actually meet, and then we will have our real intros. This is not like a proper introduction, but on WhatsApp we will talk properly. To be very honest, sir, here we can't talk openly, but there we will have our real intros, guys. Don't worry.
You can talk openly.
No, sir. Sir, যতই ফ্রি হই প্রফেসরদের সামনে ওটা আসে না।
এই জন্য কিছু হবে না জীবনে, সত্যি। যাই হোক, আরমিন, are you there? Okay. আচ্ছা, অরিত্র রয়। অরিত্র, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to him later. Show me. Hi Arnav, wait, Arnav এসে গেছে। So can you come on the camera?
না স্যার, বিকজ একটু ল্যাদ খাচ্ছি।
কি খাচ্ছো?
ল্যাদ খাচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা, ওকে।
হাই এভরিওয়ান, আমি অর্ণব। আমি মাস্টার্স এর ফাইনাল ইয়ারে আছি, এন্টারটেনমেন্ট মিডিয়া নিয়ে পড়াশোনা করছি। পড়াশোনা হচ্ছে না, জাস্ট এমনি নেটফ্লিক্স অ্যান্ড অল এগুলোই চলতে থাকে। বাট আই এম আ বার্ড ফটোগ্রাফার। আমার পাখি এবং ওয়াইল্ড লাইফ ব্যাপারটা বেশি ভালো লাগে, মোর দ্যান এনিথিং এলস। অ্যান্ড whenever I am lost or আমার কিছু ভালো লাগে না, I love to travel. I only travel in jungles or waterfall, যেখানে হ্যাঁ ডিফারেন্ট এরিয়াতে ডিফারেন্ট ভ্যারাইটিস অফ পাখি দেখা যায়। সো ইয়া, আমার লাইক বার্ড ফটোগ্রাফি বেশি ভালো লাগে।
Okay, it's good, but juniors, attention juniors, Arnav is a good student, but including Arnav, please keep in mind that we also have something called attendance. Okay, if you have 10 or 15 attendance or 20 attendance, don't think that the university will allow you to sit for the exam. Okay, look Jonagon, bunking is your birthright, but you have to be very calculative. বোঝা গেল? Okay, show me. Can you come on? হ্যাঁ
স্যার বলুন।
হ্যাঁ, তুমি কি ক্যামেরায় আসতে পারবে?
না স্যার, এখন
ওকে,
সেম কাজই করছি, ল্যাদ খাচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা, ওকে, সবাই ল্যাদ খাচ্ছে, কি অদ্ভুত। প্রীতম বিশ্বাস,
বসে
হ্যাঁ
কি করব বলুন, বাড়িতে বসে বসে, তার উপরে চারিদিকে জল, বন্যা হয়ে গেছে এখানে।
তুমি কোথায় থাকো?
আমি উদয়নারায়ণপুর, হাওড়া, একদম হাওড়ার লাস্ট প্রান্তে।
ওখানে বন্যা
প্রচন্ড হয়েছিল, মানে রিসেন্ট তো কিছুদিন কমেছে জাস্ট জলটা তাও।
Okay. No. In fact, you won't be able to have your lab because within the next 2 months, what I am hearing, all the universities and colleges will open up. ওটা তো ভালো।
হ্যাঁ, ওটা ভালো একদিক থেকে।
একদিক থেকে সব দিক থেকেই তো ভালো।
হ্যাঁ, ল্যাব খাওয়াটা হবে না, এটাই যা, আর কিছুই না।
ইউনিভার্সিটিতে এসে খাবে।
ইউনিভার্সিটিতে এসে কি
স্যার বলে দিয়েছে bunking is our birthright.
Yes, but again, not more than 15%. Not more than 15%. Okay. Pritam Bishas.
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
Yes. Oh, তোরা তো আচ্ছা। Introduce yourself.
স্যার, আমার নাম প্রিতম বিশ্বাস, আমি থার্ড ইয়ার স্টুডেন্ট। আর স্যার এখন তো স্যার ক্লাস চলছে, স্যার বলবো স্যার আমি ক্ল্যাপ বক্স বাজাই, তবলা বাজাই।
Okay, great. Okay.
তারপর আর কি আছে স্যার? হ্যাঁ, আমাদের একটা ফ্রেন্ড আছে আমান খান, মানে নাজিবুর রহমান, তো ওর ইউটিউব চ্যানেল আছে, সেখানে আমি সিনেমাটোগ্রাফি করি।
Brilliant. So you are in a lot of activities, which is good.
আর আমাদের সিনিয়র ছিল স্যার, তো ফিল্ম ফেস্ট হয়েছিল না মুম্বাই যেটা, তো সেখানে স্যার অ্যাক্টিং করেছিলাম, অ্যাওয়ার্ড পেয়েছিলাম।
বাহ, very good. আমি ওই ফিল্মটা দেখিনি, and today we will watch a film. Okay, একটা ছোট্ট ফিল্ম যেটা তোমাদের জন্যই বানানো হয়েছিল আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে, and we will also watch films that you have made, the students. Please keep that thing in mind. Okay, Sucharita Roy. Sucharita?
Senior sir.
Yes,
Senior.
sir.
Introduce yourself. It's all right.
So good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, our juniors. I'm Sucharita Roy, and I'm from second year BSc Media Technology. And I hope so that we will meet soon after our campus reopens.
Yes, all we can do is really hope.
Yes, sir, because
Okay.
বাড়ি বসে বসে সত্যি লাত খাচ্ছি সবাই।
I know. And it's not only, lethargy or lat khawa, it's also about we are losing something. We are losing some kind of touch. Anyway, জানি এই তো সেমেস্টার শুরু হচ্ছে বলে, কিন্তু এরপরে তোমরা সুযোগ পাবে না, বিকজ even if the university doesn't open, you have to go out and shoot. Keep that thing in mind. Okay?
স্যার সেটাই চাই স্যার, কাজের মধ্যে থাকতে চাই।
হ্যাঁ, তো কাজটা তো আসছে, কাজটা আসবে সুনামির মতন। ওকে
স্যার, আসুক স্যার।
So better build your defense, because a tsunami of work will come. Okay, Oritra Roy.
Sir, Oritra Roy.
Oritra তো এক্ষুনি বললো না?
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
Okay. Pratiti. Pratiti, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So why don't you come on camera and introduce yourself?
Sir, I can't switch on my camera, but I can introduce myself.
Okay. Just
she's lying, sir. She has a webcam.
No, sir, I can't open it right now because there is no much mobile data left.
Okay, this is the problem. Our lives.
Sir, she's again lying, sir. She has Wi-Fi.
Really, no?
No, sir, the Wi-Fi is not working. Sir, I will see what Abhirup does when it's his turn. Sir,
ask both of them to come on camera, na sir.
আচ্ছা, এটা তো ওদের, এই তোরা কারা বলছিস, সেটা তো ওদের পুরোপুরি ব্যক্তি স্বাধীনতা নাকি? ইট ইজ আপ টু দেম।
স্যার আমরা রিকোয়েস্ট
স্যার একবারই তো স্যার একবারই দেখবো সবাই।
জানি না তোমরা বন্ধুদের যা রিকোয়েস্ট করছো, আমি জানি সেটা তোমাদের উপর ডিপেন্ড করছে। Okay, I will move on to the next person. Sneha, are you there? Sneha Sarkar, acho?
Hello?
Hello? Yes, yes. Just introduce yourself within 2 lines. Sneha, abar silent hoye gele. Just introduce yourself within 2 lines.
Okay, my name is Neha Sarkar. I'm in BSc Media Technology.
Okay.
And right now I'm in 3rd semester.
Okay, so what do you like to do and how would you like to have your juniors? In what way? Junior kemon hawa uchit? Ki mone hoy?
স্যার আমাদের সাথে ঠিকঠাক ভুলে মিলে যাবে এরকমই চাই।
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে। Okay, the peaceful juniors. Okay, Rijit Banerjee. Rijit? Yes, introduce yourself. Rijit, you're not audible. Okay, I think there is some kind of problem. Oyongana? Okay, Moshumi?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, Oyongana, just introduce yourself to the juniors.
Hi, my name is Ayangana Biswas. Right now, I am in 3rd semester. I am studying in BSc Media Technology.
And what else? We all know this. Be a little creative. Ki holo Oyongana? Tut. Be a little creative. Come on. Anything that you want to add? Because a lot of your friends they love lad. তো অনেকেই lad খাচ্ছে. So that defines them for the time being.
Sir, right now আমি শুধু এইটুকুই বলতে চাই যে এখন এই লকডাউনের সময় তো ম্যাক্সিমাম যদি ল্যাথকে পড়েছে সেটা জানি, বাট ওর মধ্যেও যতটা পারি আমরা ক্রিয়েটিভ কিছু কাজ করার চেষ্টা করছি।
Exactly. So that's the spirit. I know a lot of people here, they are from fresh from school, but let me tell you, you are grown up people. Now you are grown up, so don't think anything about, you know, about this pandemic or about school, or don't feel any kind of pressure. Anyway, পরের জনে যাচ্ছি, as it is appearing here, Triparna, introduce yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it will be lovely if you could come on camera.
No, sir.
Okay, ঠিক আছে.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Triparna, journalism and mass communication a 3rd year student. আর বাকি ইন্ট্রো কলেজ খুললেই মনে হয় ভালো হয় দিলে।
ওকে ওকে, যদি কলেজ নাও খোলে তাও অনেক কিছু করণীয়, রাইট?
হ্যাঁ।
ওকে ওকে, ঈশা সাহা, please introduce yourself, and if you can, you may come on camera. Isha, are you there? Okay, there's some kind of connectivity problem. Okay, Debomita De.
Yes, sir.
Hi, hi, hi.
Hi, sir.
Hi. Yes, introduce yourself.
My name is Devomita De. আমি MA জার্নালিজম নিয়ে এখানে ভর্তি হয়েছি। তো MA জার্নালিজম করার রিজন হচ্ছে আমি যখন গ্র্যাজুয়েশন করি আমি ইংলিশে পড়েছিলাম, তো আমার ফার্স্ট পেপারে জার্নালিজম ছিল। দ্যাট মেক মি লাইক কি না এইটা নিয়েই পড়া উচিত, আমার এইটা খুব ইন্টারেস্টিং।
But why is it interesting to you?
আমাদের কলেজে কিছু কিছু করে সিনেমা দেখাতো এই জার্নালিজমের ক্লাসে, আর তার মাঝখান থেকে একজন ডিরেক্টর ছিল যার নাম আলফ্রেড হিচকক। তো তার দুটো তিনটে সিনেমা হয়তো আমি দেখেছি, বেশি কিছু দেখতে পারিনি বা অতটা কিছু করতে পারিনি। দ্যাট মেড মি লাইক কি আরো কিছু জানতে হবে, আরো অনেক এক্সপ্লেনেশন, কিছু কিছু এক্সপ্লেনেশন হয়তো আমি পেয়েছি, কিন্তু আরো বেশি এক্সপ্লেনেশন কেন হচ্ছে, কিভাবে হচ্ছে, কি করে করছে এত সুন্দর জিনিসটা, সেটা জানতে পারলে আরো আর আমি নিজেকে অ্যাজ আ জার্নালিস্ট দেখতে চাই। আই উইশ আই ওয়ান্টেড টু বি আ জার্নালিস্ট, সেই জন্য এমএ জার্নালিজম।
Great. So there are a lot of aspiring journalists who love films. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. Okay. A lot of food for thought. Very nice. Okay. We will move on to the next person. Shagota, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes. If you have the chance, you may come on camera. There's no compulsion, but you may.
I know, sir. I guess I don't think I would be able to come on camera.
Okay. Then just introduce yourself. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So hello, sir. Good afternoon. And hello to all the juniors. And my name is Swagata Chakravarti. And I'm studying in third year, BA in journalism and mass communication. Yeah, and actually I have taken like lateral admission in the second year. So I haven't even like got the opportunity to meet my batchmates. So I'm really looking forward to meet my batchmates as well as the juniors.
Okay, really, we all have this expectation, and even meeting each other has become a distant hope. Anyway, not so distant, I guess. Shivani, Obhirup Sengupta. Obhirup?
Yes, sir.
Hi. If you can come on camera.
So actually, like I don't have a webcam.
So there is a lie.
No, sir. I want desktop, sir. No lies here.
So he got a new laptop.
Okay.
Which I'm still figuring out.
Still has a webcam.
Sir, I'm waiting for my turn.
Okay, Zoya is waiting for her turn. So Zoya, I will come to you right now. Yes, Zoya.
So sorry if I just gets disconnected. I don't know what's wrong with my phone. It's just working.
No, it's absolutely all right.
I'm sorry if this gets disconnected.
Absolutely all right.
My name is Zoya Aziz, and I'm here to do my master's in journalism. To begin with, I have done my schooling, my graduation, everything from Asansol, and Asansol itself. And to be very honest, sir, I am a very introvert person, so it took me a while to just come on camera. I am a very introvert person, maybe because I never got a chance to step out of my town and explore. And that's because I belong to a very orthodox family. Orthodox in a sense, I don't know if orthodox is the right word, but I belong to a very strict family, so I never got a chance to like explore. So I express myself through my tweets. I tweet a lot. I am an active user on Twitter, and yeah, I'm here to learn, and I hope I'm going to learn a lot, because this introvert attitude is definitely not going to help, because I have chosen a career where I have to like speak a lot. So yeah, thank you.
You can also write a lot, and being introvert, there is a perk in that, which
Yeah.
is you have a lot of time to think on your own. So without thoughts, you can't do anything. So in
Yes,
that way, in one way, you are gifted. We live in a world of distraction, right? So we easily get distracted. If
yes,
you are,
sir.
if you in a distracted world, if you are introvert, it's good. You should utilize, and you should utilize that characteristic of yours.
So I also sing, but I'm not going to sing here because everybody will
Why?
just सब छोड़
Why?
देगा sir आपका.
क्यों?
Sir,
क्यों? क्यों?
I'm a bathroom singer, sir. I'm not going to sing.
Okay, you can go to the bathroom and sing.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm a little shy. I don't want to sing, but I sing a lot. I write a lot. So these are my hobbies.
Okay, Zoya, it is almost like showing a group of hungry men a plate of biryani and then saying you can't get it. You're
Sir,
saying
I'm
that
not going to sing. Everybody will run away. No one's going to
Let
Sir,
them,
it's okay,
let
sir. We
them.
can mute it.
My voice is very cracky.
Let them.
No,
No,
Zoya.
sir, I'll sing in front of everybody. I'm not going to sing here. Sir.
Okay. But slowly she will.
Sorry, I just
But see, if we
declined.
hate it
Sorry.
right now, we can like mute your voice. But in reality,
So I
if
guess
we hate
now
it right now,
Avrada,
we can just mute
Avrada,
it.
no.
going to be confident and come and show their faces. I'm really looking up.
I think we will. Actually, we will. Because, for the teachers, we have a pathetic life. We have a pathetic life for the last 1.5 years, more than 1.5 years. And we are always looking at these little JPEG images, the boxes. Our existence are limited within the boxes. And it will be a great relief for us, psychological, social, and whatever, if students, they are in the campus. It will be really great.
Yes.
Really.
Yeah,
Okay.
Shobha sir, can I just chip in for a while?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, Zoya, do you remember me? We interacted while you were there in the session, PI.
Ma'am,
Momita ma'am, this is Momita ma'am. Zoya, very
okay,
nice
yes,
to see you.
ma'am.
Yeah?
I
Good to know you
remember
that you
you,
have
yes,
joined
ma'am.
Masters in Journalism. Welcome you, and hope to see you
Good evening.
soon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm just getting a little nervous because I'm the first person who just got in front of the camera. I'm just getting nervous. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. You have to appear before the camera for I don't know, for umpteen times in future. Okay, for innumerable times. So don't worry about that. Okay, so don't worry about that. Thank you, Zoya. Thank you for being brave. Of course.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
of
you.
course. And we will. All the people will wait for you to hear your voice.
Looking forward to meet you, sir, and ma'am, of course.
Of course. Same here, and same for all the seniors also, and your
So
friends.
should I leave?
You can.
Yeah, because other people are online. So
Okay. Shivani Bhattacharya, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Good
great.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. You can afford to be not so formal, okay? Because this is the only session where we are not trying to be formal. Anyway, so
sir,
yes, that
absolutely.
is also a very, very extra effort of not being formal. Otherwise, we are all formal and we are dipped into formalities. Okay, Shivani, just you can introduce yourself and you can also come on camera if you wish, if your
Sir,
data permits.
I'll just keep the coming camera part.
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে সবাই খুবই লাজুক anyway.
No, sir, it's not about Lajuk. Like, I have 102 fever and I'm just like sleeping. I'm
Okay.
looking like a mess. So, yeah.
Okay, no, I perfectly understand. So Shivani, just one line and you can take rest and disconnect.
Yeah, sir. Okay. So, hi guys, this is Shivani Bhattacharya. I'm from BSc Media Technology and I'm in second year. So, hello juniors, like I'll be so happy to meet you offline. এভাবে অনলাইনে ব্যাপারটা কেমন আজীব লাগে being a bit informal, of course. So we'll be glad to see you, and yeah, that's it. স্যার আপাতত আমি গেলাম স্যার, কথাই বলতে
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
পারছি
হ্যাঁ একদম একদম, এটা আগে বলতে হয় তো। It's all right. Take care. Take care.
স্যার। Okay.
Okay. Isha, can you hear me? I just saw you unmuting yourself. Hello, Isha? Yes.
Hello, sir. Hi.
Hi, hello. So just introduce yourself. You know, these introductions are just a crack on the iceberg. Okay, so we have a lot of things to know about each other, your juniors, your friends, and even us. So you just, if you can, you may come on camera, you may not, it's up to you. Just give us your introduction in the most informal way.
Okay. So my name is Isha Shaha. Hello.
Hello, yes, we can hear you. Now you're again mute. Hello? I think you're mute and we can't hear you. Hello? Okay. It's all right, Isha. So we will just move on. Shomasri?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, sir. Hi, everyone. Hello, seniors. I'm Shomasri Nandi. I have taken admission in BA Media and Communication. I am basically a kind of Facebook video creator. I do make videos in Facebook. Like a bit of roasting videos, and obviously not like Carrie Minati, but yeah, he's my inspiration. So that's about me.
Okay, Shivani has sent a thumbs up. So I'm a little afraid. So, don't roast your professors. Okay. No. It's a huge, when I have to be very careful. Okay.
No, definitely not.
Okay, great. But I'll be really, and a lot of people, all your friends and seniors will be looking forward to your work. I'm sure you'll get a lot of Facebook friend requests today. They will would like to, check your videos out.
Okay, let's see. Hope so. No, I'm not much into I just upload videos in Facebook. I'm more active in Instagram. Not much in FB and all that. More like in Instagram. It's just I use Facebook just to post my videos. That's
Okay.
it.
Do you want to imply that you are an Insta influencer?
No, not yet. But yeah, I do have some amount of followers, around 9.7K around.
9.7K?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, great, Shomasri.
One, that's why I'm in the course. All this video creating, editing, this photography, this kind of stuff, this will help me to build my career in this platforms, means this social media platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. So
Okay.
that's why I'm here in the course. And
Great.
not that only, I am more like in films, means you can say I'm a kind of web series addicted. From
Okay.
Mirzapur to Money Heist to Peaky Blinders, it's like all digested in
Now you are talking. Breaking Bad, I'm sure, and Squid Game.
Oh, and yeah, I'm into Breaking Bad actually. I'm in season 1, and yes, I will start Squid Game from like a week later or something.
Yes, whenever someone is talking about web series and OTT and television series, we know that we all are, binge watchers, right?
Yeah, literally. I'm
Naturally.
so much into movies and this web series. It's like, means this lockdown is just only kind of entertainment is just watching these movies and web series and all that stuff.
Great. It's so encouraging, and it sounds, a person like me will be very happy. okay, to hear this kind of passion. Great, great, great. Also look out for Hannibal and Mr. Robot.
Okay.
Mr. Robot
Yes,
is brilliant.
sir.
Okay, bolo, Mr.
Hannibal.
Robot is brilliant. Okay,
Sir, even
yes,
Hannibal also.
Hannibal also, and it's brilliant. Mane, really, they are very good. If once you start watching Mr. Robot, you'll get the hang of it, and it has that essence of Fight Club. Yes, there was this film.
But then at the end of the season, you will be like, when the end of the finale of the show, you will be like, everything was like, my life was a lie. That kind of a vibe.
Okay, I just watched 3 seasons. Okay, so please don't give me spoilers.
Okay, sir. But at the end of it, you will be like, what did just happened?
Okay, okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about, we are
Mr.
talking
Robot.
about Mr. Robot. It's a series. It's a 4-season series.
From Sam Smith, starring Rami Malek.
Rami Malek. Right. I just saw 3 seasons. Anyway.
Sir, he's the encyclopedia actually. Obhirupta. It's like Rosie Roti chalta hai unka isse. So he is a walking encyclopedia of all these stuff.
Okay, so Obhirup, we have a lot of things to discuss. Okay. A number of things.
Yes,
anyway,
sir.
Acha, there is a new joinee. Carrie Minati has joined our department. Hi, Carrie Minati. I just heard that you are, you are starring with Mr. Bachchan.
Yes, sir, it's true.
It's true.
I am,
yeah?
and also with Shah.
But you already have a career. Why are you here?
Sir, a new career. Sir.
Your new career.
Aryan Khan was also casted, but he got arrested.
Sir, you might not be knowing. You might not be knowing, sir, that Carrie Minati didn't finish his college, so he has returned to finish it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
So, but
so
Carrie Minati
that's
didn't get
okay.
his, like,
So
you know,
that's
board
why.
diploma.
Okay, we have a celebrity with us. Okay.
Oh, sir, I don't consider myself as a celebrity, sir. I am very down to earth.
You're very down to earth.
So
Okay.
basically,
Don't roast
my
us.
inspiration just joined.
Eh? Ki?
So basically, my inspiration just joined the meeting.
Carrie Minati should.
Oh, sir, you actually think I am Carrie Minati? Okay, nice.
Sir, Carrie Minati's voice
I think he's just joking.
Thomas Ree was really thinking that this is Carrie Minati.
No, definitely not. I'm just saying it in a sarcastic way.
Nice, guys.
Maybe a
Nice,
Carrie
guys.
Minati
No, but
one of
his
them,
voice
not
doesn't
Carrie
sound like Carrie Minati.
No, his voice is not like Carrie Minati.
ठीक है,
Not at
Carrie
all.
Minati. I will meet you after
Okay,
this.
you have already met me. You have already met me.
Okay.
You know who he is. Sir, you know who he is.
Sir, আমাদের কুন্ডু দাদা sir.
Archan is doing
Orchon. Acha.
Who is Nishant?
Okay. So you can do whatever you want because this is an informal session and you want to have a lot of, you want to make a point to the juniors, but juniors, please don't get confused. These are your
Juniors, you can
and-
do this in class as well. When Professor takes class, you can do these things. No problem. He is very good.
But I'm afraid within a couple of months, you have to have physical classes. Okay. Tab dekha jayega.
Sir, there is a Heisenberg also.
Really?
It's Heisenberg.
Yes, sir, Heisenberg, sir. Our name is there, Heisenberg.
And what about Mr. Pink? We don't have Mr. Pink? We have Mr. White, so we must have Mr. Pink also. Okay, so we have to move on because there are others and we are short in time. Obhilash Mishra. Obhilash, can you come on camera and introduce yourself? Obhilash, are you there? Okay. So we have to move on. We can't afford to wait. We will come back again. Nilika. Yes, Nilika, introduce yourself to the rest of the members that we have here. Okay. Onnesha Paja.
Afternoon all. Fortunately, sir, I cannot come on camera because, yeah, I wouldn't want to give them nightmares on our first interactions, right? Anyways, so
Okay.
yeah, the thing is that I am a second year student of BA Media and Com, and I am more into photography than journalism, but I'm getting the like hold of it. But like new places are scary, I understand, but I want to assure you juniors that like our faculty is like a big and bubbly family. So I was scared when I came because of like it's a new people, but don't be scared because, for example, our speaker here, Shomo sir, he's a walking encyclopedia of cinema. And our moderator Momita ma'am, she's literally the motherboard of our blog, that like of our media department. And so like if you want to be like if you're interested in journalism and discussions and debate, our news forum and debate forum is Shunoyam sir. I don't know if he's here or not. Tanmay sir, our host, makes Photoshop more bearable for us as much as he can. So yeah, rest assured you won't get any problem or challenges from like the faculty members, because yes, they challenge us, but in a good way. Like it's very anxious, like filled with anxiety sometimes and with pressure, but it's the good pressure. It's the like when you come out the other end, you are a better person and a more stronger one. So yeah, just hang in there and don't feel pressurized. Welcome.
That was wonderful, Annesha. That was wonderful. You just, caught us by surprise, and that was very organized and very, it almost sounded like a script, really.
Sir, Momita ma'am knows I have a big stage fright, so I have been preparing myself for like some time now. So that's why.
That's
Yes,
so
sir, it
nice.
took her 30 minutes to write this.
I didn't write it. I just saw the link on at 2:55 and I joined, and then from there onwards, I was just like in my heart, I was just saying like whatever things I want to say. So I was just.
Annesha, it was quite understandable. এই মাঝে মাঝে তোমাদের বন্ধুরা ফোড়ন কাটছে, don't go by it. We are not buying it. Okay, we also have Elliot Anderson.
Sir, not Bondhura. Sir, not Bondhura, only Orchon.
Only Orchon, na? Okay.
Yes, sir, we are
Track
friendly.
Orchon. So he's the.
Sir, please, sir, kindly see him after the college reopens.
Yes, sir.
No, we
He's
have a
very
lot of
nice,
guidance.
actually.
Yes.
I know he's a good person and a good speaker and a good journalist student, but I am on mission, so.
Okay, that's something. That's some kind of thumping of identity. I like it. Okay, we also have Elliot Alderson.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. So I'm Elliot Alderson. I'm currently a freelancer hacker for F Society, and on my way to destabilize the community of like the F Corp.
Ki avastha. Okay,
Another one,
I'm calling the cops. Okay, I'm calling the cops. Okay. Elliot, you need to go to your psychiatrist because you're again off track. Era ki dushtu. Huh?
Sir, you have to be prepared because you like want to see us on campus and you're so eager. So you have to be prepared for all these.
Okay. But you know what? Officially, we can't say that all of you come. But if you want to come in numbers, in limited numbers, you can. Because everything in the planet India is open, apart from the educational institutions. Okay, that's a tragedy and that's a shame also. Anyway, and yes, I am on records while I say this. Okay, we have to move on. We have a few people left still. And কি হবে নাম জেনে? Okay, Ozark. Okay.
We also have Multibird.
Okay. Acha, Bornali. You may come on camera and you may introduce yourself. Hi,
Good
Bornali.
afternoon, sir. I'm Bornali Odhikari. I know you know me.
Yes, even I know you know me.
Yes, sir. আমি MBA in communication management student. এরকম ভাবে ইন্ট্রোডাকশন হয় না, ক্যাম্পাসে এসে ইন্ট্রোডাকশনটা হবে,
ওরে বাবা, মানে ভাষায় হবে না?
ভাষায় হবে না।
Okay, কর্মে হবে। Okay,
হ্যাঁ,
that is some kind of a proposition. Great, great. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we are left with anyone whom I have missed.
So me,
Okay,
Prithvish Panda.
okay. Please, please, please. Yes, yes, yes.
second year.
Pritish. Right, right,
Uh,
Pritish. How can I miss you?
Second year, yes, I am second year on paper. In my note, my juniors and me will be seeing the campus together. So juniors, if you ever feel that you have lost in the campus and you find me roaming about, so there is a high chance that I am also lost and finding the way with you. So yes, that's how we will be introduced to each other. And so now my introduction, I'm Prithvish Panda. Basically, I am from BSc Media Technology. Media technology means it is handling all the technical stuff that goes beyond behind the media, which everyone doesn't see, but it is a crucial part. So that was my introduction, and that's it. What I
Great.
had to say in the second, I had told it in the first. So yeah, that's it.
Great, great. That was a very good introduction, and hopefully you will get your seniors when you feel that you are getting lost. Okay, we have with us acha, who is Voldemort? কি হচ্ছে?
So Voldemort is the villain in Harry Potter.
No, I know that, Shona, I know that, but I'm getting confused. All these fictional characters have taken admission here, so I don't know how to react.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Yes.
I'm Shripta. I'm finally home. So
Okay. Yes. You are there. Right. Yes. Introduce yourself, because we have
But
a.
first ask her her result.
Exactly.
no,
sir.
don't ask me that. It's not that
She
great.
was taking her results from school, sir. How was your result? How was
It wasn't that great.
Let's not talk about results, because we are always talking about results. This is not about results. Na, ekdom result niye bolo na. Ki mushkil. Just talk about yourself and just introduce yourself in the shortest way.
Okay, so I'm Shripta Bera. I took admission in BA Media and Communication. I like to read books, and I also like to do paintings and drawings, but I'm not really good at it. But I try. That's it, I can say.
Okay. Yes, you're on a roll, and the rush is reflected. Okay. There is also Mr. Narendra Modi. We will talk about other things, because I'm very afraid to talk to you. And
This is the maximum of a press conference I can.
Okay, I know, sir, Your Highness. Yes, sir. So, acha, we have
So there's also
with us.
Voldemort.
Yes, but
My inspiration.
I think we should maintain our distance from all these wizards, whether it's Modi or Voldemort, right? So I would prefer my distance. We have with us here our honorable Dean, sir, Dr. Professor Mahul Brahma. Sir.
So, dear
Yes.
students, I was there throughout the session, so I'm very happy that you're enjoying this session, and I am come here as a spoil sport. So I just wanted to tell you that fun and it is fine, and I'm very happy that you're having fun with your professor. But you've come here to study, so keep that in mind. So I wish you all the best, and you've seen that how our old students are and existing students are making you feel welcome. This is for the new students, and I want all of you to do very well. And that's about it. So I'll hand it over to Shobho. Please continue to have fun. I'll be a silent spectator.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, these are the reminders that is required, just to ensure that we are not just flowing with the current and the fervor of youth. And the only thing that I would like to tell you is a little serious, let's say, including, yes, I am also addressing to Narendra Modi, Darth Vader, and Mr. White and Voldemort, is that you know, you should always look forward to a kind of a fun that is also educational, a kind of a creativity that will add to the edifices, or something that will help you to build the road on which you walk to your future goals. Let's say cinema, let's say 40 years ago or 30 years ago, people would have told you, "Are you're watching cinema, there's no point in doing so." But now, if you're really watching films, you are into films, if you want to make films, if you want to be a film scholar, yes, we have ample opportunities. So here, the kind of world that we live in, the kind of institution, especially Adamas, you can convert your passion into your career. Okay, and that's probably the best thing for media and communication school. Acha, so we are near the end of our rendezvous, and is there anyone? Huh, ki?
সিনেমা দেখবো না স্যার?
Oh, right, cinema. Acha,
স্যার একটা কোয়েশ্চেন ছিল স্যার, মোল্লার
yes,
মোল্লার
yes, of course.
হ্যাঁ স্যার, বলছিলাম যে এই যে এন্টারটেনমেন্ট মিডিয়া যেটা, সেটাতে কি ডিরেকশনের সাথে কোনো আলাদা লিংক আছে? মানে ওটা পড়লে কি ডিরেকশন পড়া যাবে? ফিল্ম স্টাডিজ রয়েছে কি?
Okay, so what you're trying to ask is, if you're studying entertainment media, can you direct films? Exactly, that is the focal point.
Yeah.
Out of all the programs that you can see, if you really want to be a filmmaker, okay, if you want to be a filmmaker, you can also study economics or English or even engineering. But academically, institutionally, if you are trying to learn the nitty-gritties of filmmaking, entertainment media is the course. Actually, entertainment media, this course, it can also be termed as film and television course, because what we teach and what we explore is film and television, starting from direction to theater to acting to writing scripts to shooting to editing to recording sound and everything. And also, of course, the overlapping subjects, like a part of news, a part of journalism, a part of radio is essential to it. For a filmmaker,
lots of things. It's a combination of lots of things. Not
yes,
really on direction. Mane, if I go to SRFTI or FTII, then I'll get a pure direction specialization course. So then,
yes, even there you have to study a lot of things. I'll tell you a little story. I don't know whether who are you? Who is
মোল্লা? সেই চায়ের দোকান, শুভর দোকান, সত্যজিৎ রায় স্যার, ভাবো।
হ্যাঁ, মানে ঋত্বিক ঘটক, ভাবা প্র্যাকটিস করো। Yes, in fact, when Hrithik Ghatak was the dean of FTII, Film and Television Institute of India in Pune, in the orientation, he came to the class and he asked, please raise your hands if you haven't read King Lear by Shakespeare, or you haven't read anything of Shakespeare. So one person raised his hand and he was of the opinion that, "Are bhaiya, film banane aaye hai, literature padhne to nahi aaye hai na?" So that's the kind of mistake that we always commit. We have to know journalism, we have to know music, we have to know literature, and we have to know the world which is revolving around us. And Hrithik Ghatak slapped that person